May I just request, I can see we've got quorum, we've got members are here, but if you'd like to show your faces, so we could start. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Dijbosch.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, Chair.
Morning,
Chair.
morning, Saints. Thank
Morning,
you.
Chair. I can't share my
Morning,
face.
Kalipi, welcome. I think we should be ready to we should be able to start at this point. Let's may I request the members to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. May I then welcome the Auditor-General, Ms. Maluleke, and the team. May I say how we appreciate this briefing, and we're looking forward to the latest briefings. We must say that since the last briefing, the committee, let me say the committees have been very busy at work. We found that it was a very exciting program and quite informative and educational to all of us. We hope that at some point we should be able to see a change or a difference in the audit outcomes. But certainly I want to thank you, Auditor General, for your staff. Your team has always been with us throughout, and so we've worked very, very well supporting the committees with SCOPA and the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. We've actually had very fruitful engagements. And welcome the Director General for COCTA, as well as the entire team management of COCTA who are here, and all those who have also been with us throughout the program as we moved around engaging different provinces. We do appreciate that support. At this point, may I invite Ms. Maluleke, the Auditor General, to introduce the team and give us a presentation that she has prepared for us. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Maluleke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you, and a warm greeting to all of the members of the Portfolio Committee on COCTA. I'd like to greet the DG of COCTA who's in the meeting, as well as the officials that are present. A very warm greeting to the team AGSA members that are here in our offices in Pretoria. They are led by the newly appointed Deputy Auditor General, Ms. Bongi Ngoma, who assumed her duties as the Deputy Auditor General of the Republic of South Africa from the 1st of June 2026. Chair, I must take a moment to highlight that it is for the very first time in history, as we celebrate 115 years of the existence of the Audit Office, we also acknowledge and celebrate a milestone where the Audit Office is being led by two women, a female AG and a female Deputy AG. I want to also thank you.
I think you need an applause on that one. Sorry to disturb you. Honorable members, I think we need to put a huge applause for that. And if you want to show your faces, Auditor General, you really deserve an applause for that. Thank you.
Hooray, viva Mbogote, viva. We'd like to see the deputy one as well, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm also joined on the podium by the Acting Head of Audit, Dr. Tanizi Gode. Honorable Chair and honorable members, thank you once again for creating an opportunity for us to share the audit outcomes for local government relating to the year 2025. I also want to start by highlighting that the individual audits were completed and the respective audit reports included in the annual reports that were tabled in the councils, in the provincial legislatures, and were the subject of oversight engagements at that level. I also want to acknowledge the activity and the attention paid by the committees of the National Assembly, who, as you said, Honorable Chair, have heeded our call for all structures within the accountability ecosystem to take a more active interest and play their role in conducting oversight, but also in supporting local government. We are already seeing the green shoots associated with this activity, as we will share on the outcomes in a moment. The provincial outcomes that we're sharing today the consolidated national outcomes have already been shared with the national executives, and they form the basis of the report that we're tabling today. The audits have been conducted on the basis of our constitutional mandate to serve as the supreme audit institution of the Republic of South Africa. We conduct independent audits on how public funds are being managed by those entrusted with the duty of managing public resources for the benefit of citizens. The Public Audit Act specifically provides that when we audit, we must look at financial statements, performance information, as well as compliance. And our audit reports must also include a statement of our view on the status of internal controls. And the audit reports must also include some indication of whether or not we've identified material irregularities and provide the nature of those irregularities, but also a status update on how they're being dealt with. A combination of this mandate really allows us to have a very specific and unique set of insights on how public resources are being managed, and we deem it appropriate to use these insights to share them with those who must implement corrective action, so that over time we work together to ensure that we build a culture that's characterized by improving performance, improving transparency, and ongoing institutions across the public sector. We know that no institution can do it alone, and so we've got this accountability ecosystem. And it is always our fervent belief that every single part of this ecosystem must play its role. The roles are distinct, but they are complementary. It's crucial that every part of this chain operates properly. And for the performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity to improve, it's crucial that we all hold hands and work as partners in this accountability ecosystem. And I'm pleased that indeed the provincial and national leadership in the administration, in the executive, but also in oversight, have indeed heeded our call to say that municipalities cannot be expected to do this work on their own. It's crucial that, yes, the leadership within municipalities do their part, but equally important that those that are outside of the, let's call it, boundaries of the institutions actually do their part as well. And we are, as I said, seeing some encouraging impact associated with the contribution made by provincial and national leadership. Let me get to the outcomes. The outcomes that we're sharing for this year demonstrate that we are starting to see some improvements, limited as they may be, but some encouraging improvements. Let me start with the light blue color on the right-hand part of the slide. Last year, when we tabled our report, we reported that there were 10 audits outstanding, in that the submissions were late and the audits had not been completed on time. This time around, you'll see a number 2, not 10, as we would have reported last year. What this is saying is that this year, for the very first time, we've had a very high level of timely submissions of financial statements for us to audit. We actually reached a milestone of 98% timely submissions of municipalities across the country. We are a long way from where we started. And if you look at the bar on the very bottom part of the slide, this 98% is in fact a historical mandate. We've got only 2 audits that were not subject to our report this time around. Nala in the Free State, which submitted late, but we've subsequently completed their audit and they received a qualified audit opinion. And then we've got Maludia Pofung. They submitted the individual financial statements and performance reports for the municipality and the entity. However, they have yet to submit the consolidated set of financial statements for us to complete the audit. This milestone, Chair, is credit to the active support and the active attention that has been paid by provincial leaders, national leaders, but also the leaders in the oversight mechanism. The advocacy, the active support has really led us to a point where municipalities are changing behavior and subjecting themselves to the scrutiny that is such an important pillar to democratic principles. If you look also at the fact that we had issued material irregularities for the non-submission of financial statements, because as Team HSA, we took a view that non-submission of financial statements was, yes, compromising on key principles of transparency and accountability, but it was actually causing harm to the institution where those financials were not being submitted. And so a combination of the material irregularities, the action by the leaders within municipalities, but importantly, the contribution at provincial and national government has led us to a point where we have this particular milestone. If you look at the next category, which is the red, the disclaimer of audit opinions. Honorable members will remember that we have been highlighting how undesirable it is for any institution to have a disclaimer of audit opinion, especially if it's a repeat disclaimer. We have moved since the beginning of this term of administration for local government from 29 disclaimers to now 8 disclaimers. Of the 8, 7 are repeat disclaimers. Only Kamiesberg in the Northern Cape regressed from qualified to disclaimer this time around. So now we know that we've got 7 disclaimers that are repeat disclaimers that are demonstrating an inability to move out of this governance failure, and so warrant specific attention. We can all now direct our efforts to shifting what's happening in these municipalities. Unfortunately, it's municipalities that are well known to all of you as the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Masilonyana in the Free State, been in disclaimer territory for 10 years, Nketwana local municipality, also in the Free State, 7 years repeat disclaimer. Muhagari, 3 years repeat disclaimer. In the Eastern Cape, we've got 2 of them, Magana and Sundays River Valley, which have been disclaimers for 7 years. And then you've got Ditjobotla in the Northwest at 9 years of repeat disclaimer. Kanaland, 4 years in repeat disclaimer. And as I said, Kamiesberg, which has regressed for the first time. The point I'm making is that for the very first time, we've actually got a very low number of municipalities in this category. In fact, we went back to our records and we couldn't find any year when we had this low number of disclaimers. So it tells us that something is shifting. It's a green shoot. It is a gain we must bank, and it's one we must build upon. I believe wholeheartedly, honorable members, that if we keep the attention on these disclaimers, these 7, and we keep advocating for no other municipality to regress into this territory of disclaimers, we can make sure that this legacy of disclaimers we can get rid of forever. By way of context, the 8 municipalities that are in this disclaimer category represent only 0.6% of the expenditure budget of local government. It's a long way from where we began, where we were looking at 5% of the expenditure budget sitting in the hands of disclaimed audit opinion municipalities. Effectively, what we've done together is we have been able to shine a spotlight of greater transparency and drive a better behavior around accountability that represents billions, but also represents the interests of citizens. The 29 disclaimer municipalities used to represent, or rather used to service households of about 980,000 of them. And now you're looking at just about 173,000 households that are in those repeat disclaimers, also meaning that it's a step change from where we began. If you look at the adverse audit opinions, which is the pink, that number looks like it's quite stuck at the 5. And then the qualified audit opinions also quite stuck at about 33% of the audit base. The qualified audit opinions include 8 out of the 10 municipalities that COCTA has identified as being most distressed. So it gives you a sense of the type of municipalities that are stuck in this category. And then we've got a high number of unqualified audit opinions with findings, the yellow category. This 117 represents 46% of municipalities, and we do shine a spotlight on them, so I'll come back to that particular category. And then the clean audits are now at 39 clean audits, representing 15% of municipalities, who together look after 24% of the expenditure budget of local government. Yes, we have fewer clean audits, but together, if you read the clean audit number and the one for unqualified, together they represent 61% of municipalities, meaning in simple terms that 61% of municipalities can publish credible financial statements. Again, that's a gain that we must make sure that we protect and build upon. We went back to our records as Team HSA, and we found that the last time we reached these levels of unqualified audit opinions on financial statements was about 10 years ago, when we were at 62%. That's 62%. So we are making gains in the journey of improving accountability and transparency within local government. Still a long way to go. However, we are seeing some green shoots, and much of it is credit to the input of the leaders within provincial and national government spheres. I also want to highlight that if you look even on the last slide, the number of improvements, the 72 municipalities that would have improved over the course of this administration from 2021 has been somewhat compromised by the regressions that are 38. But on the net basis, we are seeing a net set of improvements. I'd like to just spend a bit of time talking about the provinces so that we're not just looking at the consolidated numbers. At the provincial level, let's start with the Eastern Cape. There's been some encouraging improvements in the Eastern Cape over the period of administration, and this is credit to the municipalities themselves, but also to the role played by the provincial government. Provincial Treasury, Provincial COCTA, and led by the Office of the Premier, have worked hard to provide technical assistance to a number of municipalities. You're seeing the clean audits increase. You're also seeing the disclaimers come down from 4 to the 2, and the 2 being the Sundays River Valley and Makana. We've pushed back on adverse audit opinions. So now what we've got to do within this province is focus on shifting the ones that are in the qualified space and even the ones that are in the unqualified space towards the green. The reason we say this is that even if you look at the 12 that are unqualified, many of them submitted financial statements that were not credible to begin with. And they relied on the audit process to move into the unqualified space. At least half of them relied on the audit process, even though they had even used consultants. The reason we point this out is to say that the basic disciplines that must underpin how the municipalities function, those are still quite weak. We've benefited from significant support from the province. However, if you look at both the number 12 and the number 17, it tells us that there's significant work to be done. Incidentally, the 2 metros in the province have got qualified audit opinions, and so they need a particular level of attention because they have significant budgets, significant obligations for service delivery, and they have been in this category for many years, plagued by institutional instabilities as well. I also want to highlight that within the Eastern Cape, what we're seeing is that the service delivery matters are not enjoying the attention that they should. And we see it when we look at the performance information, but we also see it when we look at their projects. When we visit their infrastructure projects, we're seeing that the ability to manage their infrastructure projects is still quite weak. I also want to highlight that within this province, as you would have seen when the Portfolio Committee visited the Eastern Cape, there is still significant effort to be made to ensuring that even the grants that they have in their hand for infrastructure projects are being used appropriately. And then the Free State. The Free State, together with the Northwest, still hold the record for not having any clean audits. Over the course of this administration, that situation has not changed. In the Free State, what we're seeing is, yes, the submissions have come right, as I've spoken about. Yes, the disclaimers are coming down, which is progress. We don't have any adverse audit opinions. However, in the Free State, you'll see a dominance of the purple, which is the qualified audit opinions. And even the unqualified, many of them reach that category after relying on the audit process, saying that the financial management practices are still very weak. I do want to credit the provincial leadership, especially the provincial treasury, working together with COCTA for the work that they did in supporting the journey on submissions, supporting the journey on pushing back on the disclaimers of audit opinion. Service delivery within the Free State remains really concerning. Financial health pressures are prevalent across municipalities in this particular province. In fact, you've got 90% of the municipalities in the Free State demonstrating significant financial health vulnerabilities. Infrastructure projects are not going well in that the capability to implement infrastructure projects continues to be weak. Infrastructure maintenance is still not being attended to, and it manifests in significant distribution losses on electricity as well as water. Mangaung, which sits in this particular province, is a particularly challenged metro, one that has been enjoying the attention of intervention even from the national level. And I'm aware that they've spent a great deal of time in oversight conversations with this particular committee, Honorable Chair, but also together with the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I do believe that the interventions that are being made by the committees of Parliament will deliver much greater accountability as we go forward. It is important that we close what has been an undesirable accountability and oversight gap amongst municipalities, especially the metros, and in particular metros such as Mangaung. If we look at Gauteng, it's got 2 municipalities with clean audits, one being Midvaal, which has been a clean audit for many years, and also West Rand District being a clean audit this time around. 3 of the 8 metros of South Africa sit within Gauteng, and I'll talk a bit more about the Gauteng. But I will say that the 3 metros in Gauteng have actually regressed on audit outcomes over the course of this particular administration. Another notable regression is Mfuleni, which regressed to a qualified audit opinion over the course of this administration. We're seeing that in Gauteng, not only are audit outcomes going backwards, but we're seeing that financial health is deteriorating. We're seeing service delivery begin to collapse. We're seeing infrastructure degrading. We're also seeing that accountability is still not coming right. Consequence management remains very poor. Irregular expenditure continues to soar. Unauthorized and fruitless expenditure remain a problem. And so Gauteng is a concerning province in that the gains we would have expected of a province that has got access to resources, access to talent, that progress is still not evident. If we then look at KZN, over the term of this administration, we've seen some improvements. 1 more clean audit, no more disclaimers, and only 1 adverse audit opinion. The majority of the auditees within KZN reside in the yellow category, which is the unqualified with findings. Yes, it's important that they're able to present credible financial statements, but much of it came on the back of having relied on the audit process, meaning that the financial management practices that should underpin how the municipalities function, those are still not intact. Many of the institutions within local government in KZN still struggle with non-compliance, which unfortunately means that procurement processes are not being done in a way that's consistent with prescripts, but also it does lead to poor quality spending. We've also looked at infrastructure projects within the province with many findings that I'll talk about a bit later on. Limpopo, we've got 2 clean audits this time around, so some progress there. 2 district municipalities that have got clean audits, being Waterberg and then now Capricorn as well. Disclaimer audit opinions have been dealt with, which is an important move. We don't have any adverse audit opinions. The concentration of municipalities within this province resides in the yellow category. In this yellow category, you've got municipalities that unfortunately still rely heavily on the use of consultants for financial reporting. It's a matter we've raised for a number of years now. Unfortunately, we're still not seeing progress in this regard. And what it does is that it tells us that there is a delay in building the institutional capabilities that municipalities need to do the very basic functions that they're entrusted with. If we look at financial health, also starting to be of some concern. Mpumalanga, probably along with the Free State and the Northwest, is plagued with significant financial health challenges across their municipalities. And Mpumalanga has regressed in terms of the number of clean audits. However, some progress in that no more disclaimers, no more adverse, and a concentration within the yellow category. Within this province, we're seeing, as I said, financial health really weakening, significant levels of unfunded budgets, operating deficits at 70% of municipalities, meaning simply that they are having to rely on 2026 budget money to fund expenditure that was incurred in prior periods, which obviously takes money away from service delivery from the 2026 year. We also wanting to highlight that the capabilities of running infrastructure projects, maintaining existing infrastructure, those are quite weak within municipalities within the province. We have identified still, through our conditional assessments of wastewater treatment works, significant areas of disrepair, which obviously has a direct impact on the dignity of the citizens that should enjoy sanitation services, and also it has a direct impact on the environment where harm is being caused. We did some water quality testing at one of the municipalities there, Dr. Pixika Gaisakaseme, and we found that the quality of water that is available in the taps does not meet the appropriate levels that are required. And so we used our powers to issue material irregularities and are giving the relevant accounting officers the opportunity to attend to the matter. In the Northern Cape, Francis Bart District Municipality is the only clean audit. We've seen some progress in that the disclaimers have moved in the right direction. In fact, but for the regression at Gamisberg, we would have eliminated the disclaimers in this province. We don't have any adverse opinions. The concentration is on the qualified and unqualified audit opinions. Financial health is a concern, with the majority of municipalities showing some financial health pressures. 71% of municipalities in the Northern Cape had unfunded budgets. 52% of them registered operational deficits on their financial statements. 66% have got current assets that are less than their current liabilities, meaning that the money they owe is more than the money they have available. And what that has done is that many of them don't pay their creditors on time, but also some of them are starting to use the conditional grants that are given to them for infrastructure, but they're using them to fund operational expenditure, further delaying the maintenance and expansion of the infrastructure in the province. In the Northwest, the good news on the Northwest is that the disclaimers have reduced significantly. We had 9 at the beginning of this term of administration. We're now at just 1, which is Ditsobotla. We've got some adverse and the majority of municipalities in the qualified space. There has been significant action and support from the provincial government. Provincial Treasury working together with SALGA as well as the provincial COCTA, led by the Office of the Premier, have worked significantly hard to provide support on submissions, on eradicating disclaimers. What needs to be done now is to translate all of that work towards moving municipalities out of the qualified space and eventually out of the unqualified space. The delay in doing this is going to cause further delays in correcting financial health pressures, correcting infrastructure degradation, as well as correcting service delivery disturbances. We also want to highlight that in the Western Cape, out of the 39 clean audits, 21 of them sit in the Western Cape. So the Western Cape remains the area where there's a concentration of clean audits. In this year, we are also recording that, unfortunately, the Western Cape has been regressing over the last 4 years. When we started with this term of administration for local government, there were no disclaimers and no adverse audit opinions. For the last 4 years, Kanaland has been disclaimed. Laingsburg has had an adverse audit opinion. We're also starting to see pressure in terms of the quality of infrastructure, pressure in terms of even financial health across a number of municipalities in the Western Cape. I then would like to move on to the metros. Of the 8 metros, some of them I've mentioned as I went along. Of the 8 metros, we do believe that they do warrant particular attention. Together, they look after 54% of the expenditure budget of local government. Together, they look after almost 40% of the population of South Africa and its households. And together they are responsible for significant service delivery. They're responsible for delivering on our aspirations of driving economic growth, inclusive and sustainable economic growth. They are a central part of how we hope to stimulate the economy, a central part of how we hope to expand the infrastructure that's available to us. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is that of all the categories of municipalities, metros are going backwards. Local municipalities have improved on a net basis. Intermediate cities have improved. District municipalities have improved on a net basis. Metros are going backwards. Where we started, we used to have a clean audit. One, it has regressed, being the city of Cape Town. They regressed on supply chain management issues, procurement issues that led to non-compliance, which then landed them in the unqualified space with findings. They did submit quality financial statements, so no problem there. They did submit a quality performance report, no problem there. What they need to do now is sort out the controls matters that led them down on procurement. eThekwini Metro has been in this category of unqualified with findings for over a decade now. They don't struggle to compile financial statements, and having struggled for a very long time. The CFO and the finance team get that job done. However, what we're seeing in eThekwini is that how the functions, the basic functions across different directorates within the metro, how they collaborate is still a problem. There's fragmentation as they seek to deliver services. There's ongoing non-compliance with the law around procurement in particular, leading to significant leakages. There's ill attention to ensuring that when funds are available to drive infrastructure projects, that they're spent properly. Unfortunately, too often, they're not being spent properly, leading to delays in infrastructure and also poor quality work that's delivered by the contractors chosen. We're seeing that in eThekwini Metro, there's little attention being paid to even performance planning, monitoring, reporting, and accountability for performance. So what this unqualified audit opinion for a decade has done, it has unfortunately delayed progress in actually fixing the basics that should make for how a metro functions in delivering on its given objectives. Then you've got the city of Joburg. The city of Joburg operates through a number of big entities. City Power, Pick It Up, Joburg Water, Joburg Roads, the bus company. They hold significant parts of the budget. They hold significant parts of the service delivery mandate. Most of those entities have got unqualified audit opinions with findings. And I want to highlight that they've had that level of outcome for many years, some of them for more than a decade, meaning that they can put the financial statements together for the audit process, but their financial governance is weak. The procurement issues continue to be plagued by non-compliance and leakage. Their performance management remains quite weak. The city itself, outside of the entities, has got a qualified audit opinion this year. It had been unqualified for many years, and this time around, they were unable to correct the errors we identified through the audit and jump to an unqualified. They've been relying on the audit process for many years, and this time they couldn't do it. So what you have is a city at its core that is unable to present credible financial statements. And then they do benefit somewhat from the credible financial statements from the entities. And when you look at it together, it's an unqualified audit opinion. We do want to highlight that the city of Joburg needs ongoing attention from oversight as well as from the executive. It's crucial that the institutional arrangements within Joburg be attended to. If we don't do that, we're going to continue on this slide where financial health deteriorates, which is what we're seeing, where service delivery continues to be compromised, which is what we are living. We're going to continue on the path where investors that look at the city of Joburg don't look at it in the way that they might have years ago, in that the interest of putting capital within the balance sheet of the city of Cape Town or even capital within the City of Cape Town as individual investors, that interest will continue to diminish. And then if we look at the qualified audit opinions, out of the 8, you've got 5 that sit with qualified audit opinions. Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela Bay Metro have been in this category for many years, and I'm glad, Honorable Chair, that they've continued to enjoy the attention of your committee and its honorable members. City of Tshwane Metro also been in this category for a number of years now, alongside Mangaung. And then City of Ekurhuleni regressed this year on financial statement credibility. In fact, what we're seeing is that, on the whole, the metros are regressing not just on audit outcomes, but importantly on financial health, but also on service delivery. We looked at their infrastructure projects, particularly on the housing aspect, because they have significant responsibilities to help us build human settlements. And we looked at how they were managing the grants that were available to them to build houses. And we found that there was a big struggle in ensuring that projects are delivered on time, at the right cost, and at the right value. Simply put, it tells us that the metros do not have the institutional capabilities that we can depend upon to drive infrastructure investment. And so as we think about how we're going to drive the expansion of our infrastructure, as well as the maintenance of our existing infrastructure, we're going to have to think about how we support metros, because the assumption that we would have made that they have the institutional capabilities has proven to be incorrect. All role players within the ecosystem that is around metros are going to have to think differently around how we operate on metros. I did say that we would look at the audit outcomes in this yellow category. They do warrant significant attention because these 117 municipalities look after 50% of the expenditure budget. Together, they serve more than 10 million households, including 77 municipalities that provide water in this 117, tells us that they have significant service delivery obligations. When we issue audit outcomes, quite often, there is a tendency to want to celebrate this category of unqualified with findings. Now, if you are, let's say you are Madibeng, and you've been struggling with disclaimers or audit opinion for a long time, and then you keep moving, and ultimately you get to unqualified with findings, that is worth celebrating. If you are Beaufort West, and you reach unqualified with findings for the first time after a long time, that we must celebrate. And if you are City of Cape Town and you regressed into this category for a specific reason, that we should not lament too loudly. Our challenge is about the municipalities that sit in this category for too long. And I want to place into your lap, honorable members, a task that says, let's start to push back on complacency in this yellow category. And I say complacency because if you look at the bar on the bottom of the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that, yes, we've got 30 that have been in this unqualified with findings category for 1 year. And then we've got 43 that have been there for 2 to 4 years. We're not lamenting about those. Our concern is about the ones that have been in this category for 5 years or more. 24 for 5 years to 9 years, 20 for 10 years or more. These 44 together are complacent, because the fact that year after year they have an unqualified audit opinion with findings and then don't make much effort to move out of it can only tell us that they are complacent. It tells us that the leaders in this environment are quite comfortable in this category. And maybe it's because we tend to celebrate them and we say, at least you can publish credible financial statements. And then maybe it's also because we tend to worry more about the non-submissions, the disclaimers, and the adverse, and maybe even the qualified. And so the unqualified with findings escape our scrutiny. 30 years into democracy, we should all be insisting that nobody should be staying in this category for too long. It's good on the way somewhere, but it's a dangerous category. If you look at City of Joburg, they were in this category for a very long time, and now they've regressed. Maybe I'd also like to spend some time sharing some insight on what's in this category, and hopefully that'll help us land the point about why we should all be uncomfortable with this category. Out of the 117 municipalities, 110 of them submitted, 110 of them had non-compliance, material non-compliance with key laws and regulations, especially in the area of procurement. Meaning that when they procure goods and services, they are not doing so based on the rules of the game, and thereby incurring significant levels of irregular expenditure. We also find that in this category, the reporting is not credible. 82% of these municipalities in this category submitted financial statements that did not have credibility. They relied on the audit process to correct those financial statements and thereby publish credible financial reports. The reason that's important is that it tells us that financial management practices are weak. It means that during the course of the year, the financial report that should form the basis of a conversation between the mayor and the mayoral committee and the administration led by the city manager, that conversation is not based on credible information. So the ability to make decisions about resource allocation is quite weak. It tells us that the report that reaches council on financial performance is not credible, and it renders the oversight conversation at council ineffective. It tells us that the information that's reaching the provincial treasury and the national treasury is not information that can be relied upon, and thereby weakening the ability of province and national to oversee and monitor local government. And then if you look at this area of the performance reports, you'll see that 75% submitted performance reports that did not have credibility. In simple terms, it says that the monthly budget implementation statement that is given by the accounting officer to the mayor doesn't have credibility. And therefore, we are unable to drive proper monitoring of performance, and we're unable to drive accountability for performance. It tells us that the reports that are reaching council on how the SDBIP is being implemented during the course of the year, those reports don't have credibility, the conversation is not appropriate. I shudder to think how the conversation around the mid-year budget adjustment goes when there isn't credible information available. The decisions around how resources will be reprioritized are not informed by credible information. So we harp on this, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, because it highlights that we are not yet building institutional capabilities and practices that are so required for performance management, that are so required for accountability purposes. And if we delay, we continue to delay, the institutions will continue to get weak. And we will all continue to have a dissonance around, but we have so many resources that are sitting in local government, but the delivery is poor. Where's the problem? And if we continue to delay on pushing back on this complacency, the false sense of achievement will prevail. And we will never get to a point where professionals that operate in these municipalities start to show up differently, perform differently, and deliver differently. In this category, we're seeing that poor financial health prevails with high levels of unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure growing, and a number of these municipalities demonstrating some financial health pressure. We're also seeing that there is a lack of consequence management, which says a lot about the culture of impunity in far too many of these institutions. It is in this category where 30% of our material irregularities have been identified, including those that are about financial loss, as well as those that are about causing harm. So if I can leave you with nothing else today, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I hope it is that you start to think differently about this category of unqualified with findings. If I move on to the next slide, we set out the challenge around the financial reporting. I did say that many municipalities rely on the audit process to compile financial statements that are, to publish financial statements that are credible. If we had audited and completed our audits based on what was initially submitted, we wouldn't be able to say 61% presented credible financial reports. We'd be looking only at 24%, because only 24% submitted credible financial reports. The areas where municipalities struggle in terms of submitting quality information relate to key matters that confront service delivery. This slide, what it's doing is it is telling us that financial reporting misstatements should not be the preoccupation of the CFO only. They should enjoy the attention of everyone in that municipality, every HOD, the MM, as well as every member of the mayoral committee and the mayor himself or herself. Because the areas they're struggling with relate to receivables and revenue. In simple terms, it's about poor billing practices, poor collections, not knowing who owes you, not ensuring that the money that's due to the municipality, fixed and movable assets. It's really about knowing where the assets of the municipality are, what condition they are in, having a maintenance plan to look after them, funding and budgeting for that maintenance plan and executing on it. When that doesn't happen, the infrastructure continues to deteriorate and service delivery become the norm. Service delivery failures become the norm. So the matters we're raising around financial reporting and financial management are essentially a reflection of how the municipalities are functioning, the basic management and service delivery obligations in terms of how they're being met. It's not just matters that only accountants and auditors should worry about. This slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, deals with matters around the use of consultants for financial reporting. It's an old story, which we've said before, so I know I'm going to sound like a stuck record. I will highlight just a couple of points here. One is that we went back to our records and we checked how things were 10 years ago. 10 years ago, 179 municipalities used consultants for this purpose of preparing financial statements for audit, together spending 586 million rand. This time around, in 2024-25, it is 225 municipalities using consultants for the same purpose, collectively spending 1.6 billion rand. It's telling us that the situation is not getting better, it's getting worse. We looked carefully to see why municipalities were using consultants every single year. And we found that, yes, there are some vacancies, but the real issue is about a lack of skills, meaning that there are people employed in the municipality to do this work, and they're unable to do it, so consultants are hired year after year. We also asked our auditors to check, why is it that every year there's this recurring appointment of consultants? And the feedback we get is that there is no plan to reduce spending on these consultants. There is no plan to drive skills transfer. And what it tells us is that there is no plan to build institutional capability to run financial management within the municipality. The things that the consultants are doing in this environment, spending this 1.6 billion rand, are preparing and reviewing financial statements, dealing with the fixed asset register to prepare it for audit, not as a management tool, preparing VAT returns and PAYE returns to SARS. These are basic functions that the municipality should be able to build capability for. Submitting these VAT returns is a monthly issue. It is not something that should need experts that then provide the capabilities to do. We're also seeing that there's still inappropriate spend in this regard, where municipalities will hire a consultant to submit VAT returns and then pay them a percentage of the input VAT that's coming back to the municipality. We also kept asking our auditors to get us data on why is it that despite the spend on consultants, we still get poor quality financial statements, even in the areas where consultants did the work. And the feedback is much the same as what we told you last year. It is that in most instances, the work of the consultant is not being reviewed by the people employed in the municipality. We believe, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that this is a reflection of the posture of the leaders in that environment. It's a reflection of the culture of tolerating non-performance and a culture of neglecting and delaying building institutional capabilities. This story on the use of consultants for financial reporting, you could superimpose onto a conversation about infrastructure management and other basic functions of a municipality. Institutional capability building is being delayed. The slide that's coming now is dealing with performance reporting. It's much the same as what we would have said when we dealt with financial reporting. 27% of municipalities submitted quality performance reports for audit, and then they use the audit process to, the rest of them use the audit process to then correct misstatements. What we're seeing, therefore, is that performance planning, monitoring, reporting, evaluating, performance management remains very weak. The legislation and prescripts around this area are very clear on the duties that should be taken on by different members of the leadership within the municipality. There is no lack of clarity about what's expected in managing organizational performance or even individual performance. The formats are there, the requirements are clear. What we're seeing is that there's an ongoing neglect to building the institutional capability that will support effective performance management within municipalities. We then, and of course, this compromises not just delivery, but also the confidence of citizens, because they are unable to trust that municipalities will do what they say they will do. If we look at the area of non-compliance, this remains quite an issue for the majority of municipalities. In fact, if you look at provinces like the Free State and the Northwest, all of their municipalities had material findings on non-compliance. Much of the non-compliance relates to poor financial management, but also the vast majority of the issues are about procurement and expenditure management. It's really about not observing the prescripts that define how procurement should happen. And of course, that leads to high levels of irregular expenditure. And you'll see on the next slide that the irregular expenditure that's there is still very high. We're reporting this year 40 billion rand of consolidated irregular expenditure, 23 billion rand of it in the metros. We are often very cautious to quote the number of 40 billion rand irregular expenditure because at least 40% of municipalities did not disclose the full extent of their irregular expenditure. So we know that the number is underreported. However, what it tells us is that the trend is still upwards. It also tells us that the tendency to not deal with irregular expenditure is still quite high. And of course, that means consequence management is not happening in the way it should. Resource recovery is not happening, and of course, discipline continues to deteriorate within municipalities. I will then move on to the slide that deals with infrastructure projects. As we've done in the past, we went to visit a number of infrastructure projects. This time around, 129 projects were inspected. We found problems at least 78% of those. And the problems we see start at the level of planning. Just planning for infrastructure projects is a problem, and preparing projects is a problem. We're also seeing that procurement is an issue. The process of procuring the services from contractors and even the consultants that help the municipality, those processes are plagued by non-compliances. In 86% of instances, we found non-compliance in the procurement process. When there's non-compliance with procurement, sometimes, in fact, often, it leads to the appointment of a contractor that is not up to the task. Either that contractor doesn't have the skill, they don't even have the CIDB grading for that level of work, they don't have the track record, they don't have the capital or the balance sheet to sustain a project of that nature, and they often aren't even able to have the payment guarantees that they should, or the performance guarantees that they should have to protect the interest of the municipality. And so what then happens is that the contractors that are appointed effectively are unlikely to deliver from day. And then once the contractor is appointed, there's a tendency to not manage that contractor properly. So even when projects are delayed, when there's poor quality work, you end up with a contractor not being held accountable, even if the contract itself, the service level agreement, provides for it. And what that tells us is that the people employed in the municipality to monitor these projects are not being disciplined or effective in monitoring and holding contractors accountable. We also looked at how the grants were being used, because there are a number of significant grants that reach local government from the national level to drive infrastructure expansion. And what we found is that in a number of instances, the grants were not being used properly. Sometimes the grants would be used for operational expenditure, as I talked about, especially in the Free State. And in our report, we do set out where we found those instances. We also found that when the grants are then being applied, the quality of spending is very poor. On infrastructure, even once the infrastructure is in the ground, the ability to look after it is very poor. So we went to conduct conditional assessments on a number of infrastructure assets and found that they were not being maintained or renewed, with grave consequences for service delivery. I'm now reaching probably the second last part of my inputs for this morning, Honorable Chair, which is the one on financial health. We are seeing that financial distress is systemic and it is persistent. A large number of municipalities are facing significant financial health pressures. You may have noticed when I went through some of the provinces, I highlighted the ones where those pressures are really, really significant. What we're seeing is that you've got 35% of municipalities that are demonstrating good financial health. And then you've got the rest of them, 40% with concerns, and a good 25% that have got unfavorable financial health assessments. The things we look at include instances where unfunded budgets are being approved. And you'll see that there are 116 municipalities that approved unfunded budgets. And this despite the advice from provincial treasuries and the national treasury. Many of them have been approving unfunded budgets for many years consecutively. We're seeing high levels of unauthorized expenditure, high levels of deficits, in that the income is less than the expenditure for the year. And of course, when you do that, when you are spending more than you are raising as income, you end up not paying creditors. And so creditors wait a long time to get the money for the goods and services that they would have delivered. The creditors that suffer the most are those that are ESCOM and the water board. And of course, what happens is that they then charge penalties and interest when they are being paid late, and the number for fruitless and wasteful expenditure continues to increase. We're seeing that the basic disciplines of financial management being weak is catching up with municipalities on financial health and their viability. And yes, there are a few municipalities that have got inherent vulnerabilities in terms of viability, but far too many municipalities are unable to manage their affairs so that they raise the revenue that they should, collect it as they should, manage their indigent policies and revenues as they should, and manage their expenditure properly. Far too many of them are committing to expenditures when they know they won't have the money available to do what's required. And what's being compromised is service delivery, it is the creditors, but also is the infrastructure, because what happens is that the existing infrastructure is there not being maintained, which then causes even greater financial losses through electricity and water distribution losses, but also interrupts service delivery. This time around, which is the last big point I want to make, we've been able to raise material irregularities as we've done in the past. And we use these MIs to drive a few behavioral changes which we believe are adding value and will continue to add value going forward. As the honorable members will remember, the powers that we have were the basis of the 2019 amendment to the Public Audit Act, which really set us up as an institution that can serve as a complementary mechanism to drive consequence management and resource protection. And so we don't take over the duties of accounting officers or the mayors or council. Ours is to serve as a complementary mechanism. And what we can do is when we see a matter that is a material irregularity, we raise it for the attention of the accounting officer, give him or her the space to deal with it, and when they fail, We can raise stronger recommendations, which are then in the audit report, which is a tool for oversight. We then can also take binding remedial action, as we've done in a number of instances, and we can also refer matters to other public bodies for investigation. And as a very last resort, we issue a certificate of debt. The MIs we've issued have led to some resource protection, 1.69 billion rand of resources being protected out of the 10 billion rand we identified of financial losses. The gap between the two tells us that it is far better to prevent the problem and detect it quickly and act on it than to wait for an MI, because when you're chasing it 5 years after the initial transaction, it's difficult to get that money back. We've also seen that the MIs we raised on substantial harm to institutions have actually helped us to get submissions of financial statements and performance reports, by the way. For the first time this year, we've seen 100% submission of performance reports. Maybe that's another milestone I should have mentioned. And much of it is because of the material irregularities that we issued. We've also issued MIs relating to disclaimers of audit opinion, and that has also contributed to the step change in the number of disclaimers coming down. We issued MIs, and you'll see a high number there of 110 on instances where we believe that harm is being caused to the general public. And that it relates to the wastewater treatment works, the water quality matters, the matters around landfill sites that are not being properly operated, which are causing harm to the public and to the environment. We've seen how the MIs are changing behavior amongst the municipalities, in that some of them are fixing these facilities, but also behavior at the level of other bodies, such as the Department of Water and Sanitation. You would have seen how they've acted on our referrals to go and hold municipalities accountable and then drive investment into fixing the infrastructure. We've done a similar set of activity with the department responsible for environmental affairs. Some of the referrals we've done are to the Hawks, to the SIU, to the Public Protector, and all of that is starting to change how we collaborate with these critical partners in the integrity system, and it is also leading us to driving the protection of resources and to start making sure that there are consequences when people do wrong with public funds. Last year, we issued a certificate of debt in Ngaka Modiri Molema, and that was late last year, of 4.6 million rand against the then municipal manager. And this time around, we are working on a few other certificates of debt, which are still in process. So in a nutshell, the work we've been able to do in applying these powers is having some impact. We could have much more if there was greater responsiveness, especially on the part of accounting officers and councils. However, we do take some credit for the impact we've been able to demonstrate. And of course, we take strength from it because it emboldens our teams and encourages them to continue with implementing this mandate given to us. And as I conclude, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, I want to highlight that the root causes for these accountability failures remain as we have reported on them before. We highlight that it's important that municipal administration be stabilized, be characterized by expertise and competence, and that there be accountability for performance at that level. We also highlight that mayors and councils have significant work to do to ensure that the entire governance arrangements within the municipality function, starting with the role of the senior managers, going straight into the role of internal audit committees, and ensuring even the committees of council operate properly. We also are highlighting that it's crucial that the provincial governments and the legislatures also do their part. As we look towards a new administration following the November local government elections, we believe that it's going to be important for provincial and national governments to support local government as it transitions so that we maintain the gains we've made around submissions and disclaimers and start to set a different path for the 7th administration of local government. And setting that different path would be starting with ensuring that the executive leaders that are deployed by political parties be people who have the capability and the integrity that are equal to the task. If we don't do that, the accountability failures in local government will continue to get worse. It's going to be crucial as we go forward that there be significant investment in capacitating, inducting and capacitating the new leaders in local government. Every councillor should have the benefit of a thorough induction program, as well as ongoing capacity building. And as the Office of the AG, we undertake to work with SALGA, with the Department of COCTA, and the National Treasury, and others, to ensure that we do induct the new leaders. And then, of course, we do take some inspiration from the efforts made to stabilize administration by ensuring that the Section 56 managers enjoy some stability. It's going to be important that that stability be maintained, but also the type of stability that's maintained must be informed by the appointment of the right people, in that is people of competence and expertise, and also accompanied by ongoing accountability processes that manage performance and drive consequence management where there is non-performance or transgression. We are a long way from where we began, Chair. However, there's significant work still ahead for all of us in the accountability ecosystem. The story I've tried to tell this morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, is one that reflects some green shoots, but highlights that the work ahead of us is still significant. It's crucial that we use the insights that we're sharing today, Honourable Chair, to illuminate all of our understanding about where the issues are, outside of the noise, but where the real issues are, and to inform the actions that we will take individually, but importantly, collectively, so that we do build a better local government sphere, and ultimately for the benefit of the citizens of South Africa. I will end my remarks there, Chair, and hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Auditor-General. Very, very, very encouraging picture, and certainly showing a lot of areas of concern. And for us, it really gives a very clear sense of how municipalities' finances are being managed and how service delivery issues are being impacted upon. Certainly, it's a very good guide in terms of how we, as the committees of Parliament, will be following up on ensuring accountability and also consequence management on how to improve the performance of the municipalities. Honourable members, there you are. You have received the report, a beautiful presentation from Ms. Maluleke. May I invite the members to make their comments? I'm going to be just going around to all the members are going to give us their own comments. You've been all over. You've been to different provinces. You spent days and nights, and sometimes throughout the night, dealing with these issues. Now we see how the impact of this overall involvement of Parliament, executive, provincial, municipal, all the different spheres trying to impact on the audit outcomes. So we'd like to get your comments at this point. I don't have any hand up. I'll go by my alphabet from where I sit. Honourable Daibosh, followed by Van Zyl, and then followed by Direko. So we'll just follow the order, and you give us your reaction. Thank you, Honourable Daibosh.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the AG, Deputy, all the officials, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to everybody that's present. Chair, I just want to congratulate the AG on a very, very comprehensive and telling report. It's nothing new to us, Chair. We've been around. We have visited many, as you said, of these municipalities. We know, I can call them problem children. And what the AG is confirming is those same problem children. The Ditsobola, the Maluti Apofung, in fact, still problem Maluti Apofung, in terms of submitting annual financial statements. So, Chair, I don't want to, I'm not going to go back in any specifics of who's got what problem in terms of municipalities, but something that is coming out very strongly for me, Chair. And this will continue to happen year after year if we don't step up on consequence management. We are too accommodating, we are too soft, and we are allowing these people to continue doing the wrong thing. And it's not like they're doing it without knowing or realizing that they're doing wrong. They're doing it because they know that nothing is going to happen to them. There is no serious effort or hard effort in terms of consequence management, Chair. Now, if I am going to do something wrong this year, and I get away and with just a warning or something, or not even a warning, just, why did you do this? What is happening here? And then I get suspended, and then I come back a couple of months later, I'm going to do the same thing because it's in my nature. It's within me to do these things. And unless people can see examples being made, and harsh and hard examples being made out of the people that keeps on doing the wrong things and keeps on doing corruption, we are not going to get to the end of this. There's such, I can see clear improvement. There is beautiful improvement in some of the municipalities. We notice that, but there's those ones, Chair, that like I said to you in the past, it's like we're throwing money into this big black hole and we don't know where it's going to end. And the sad part of this is the public, the community, the taxpayers' money, all right? They're still driving and having to dodge potholes. They still not having water. They still have to worry about being sick or getting sick by drinking the water. It doesn't end. We need to, Chair, and we need to. And we know some serious municipalities where we need to enforce consequence management and make sure that it does happen there. Chair, thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Taibosh. Let's come to Honorable Van Zyl.
Morning. Thank you, Chairperson, and also thank you to the Auditor-General and her team. We heard this morning that, the AG found that 131 municipalities had material non-compliance with consequence management legislation. In her view, is that improving or deteriorating compared to previous years? And what are the primary reasons for municipalities to sort of continue to fail in this area? Because you'd also said that we had been around to municipalities throughout the country as the COCTA committee. So, are there any examples of where municipalities have successfully implemented consequence management and have improved their audit outcomes that she can pick up? Then on the issue of the certificate of debt, the AG reported that only one certificate of debt has been issued in Ngaka Mutiri, which we heard earlier this year or late last year. And that, I think she said 3 other processes have started. What I want to understand, in her opinion, is what are the obstacles that's preventing us to use this issuing of certificates of debt? And I suppose more to the point, has the introduction of certificates of debt changed the behavior of accounting officers or municipal managers? Has she been able to pick up anything like that? Then also based on sort of the current material irregularities, how many additional cases could potentially qualify for certificate of debt processes if corrective actions in the municipal councils is not taken? Then she did mention quickly on the metro, she spoke about eThekwini, she spoke about Joburg, and I wanted to find out on eThekwini, on her comment that, there remains poor infrastructure projects, the quality is bad. My question really on both, I suppose, Joburg and eThekwini, has she noticed that the presence of the presidential task team being there been successful in improving service delivery at all? Because you did mention, for instance, for Joburg that they were not able to correct what she has pointed out. And then just lastly, maybe a comment or a question for the AG is that would you say, AG, after reviewing the 24-25 outcomes, that it is fair to maybe conclude that local government's biggest challenge is not a lack of legislation or even policies or even the audit findings, but rather the continuous failure of those entrusted with public resources to act on known problems and enforce the consequences? For that, Chairperson, I'm concluding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the AG to respond, but maybe they are not the best people to respond to the impact on the eThekwini Presidential Working Group. I think we should focus those questions to the municipality. What the outcome might be, it might be difficult to track where it would have come from. And so I'm just giving the AG a leeway. If you wish to comment on it, you are welcome. If you are not able to, we understand. But the rest of the issues you could respond to. Thank you very much, AG.
Apologies, Chairperson. I'd like the
Yes.
AG to comment on that. The presidential task teams has been there for more than a year, which would have included some of the areas of this audit outcome and her findings. So I would like to know if there's been any improvement since those sort of bomb squads has been sent into those municipalities, and it's something that she can actually measure. Thank you.
Okay, I still insist that she will have to, if she wishes to comment on it, that's fine. I will not insist that she responds to it, because the outcome of what's happening in eThekwini is what she would audit, but the impact of each different unit that's been deployed there may not be her capability or may not be her area that she need to focus on. So I'm just leaving it open. If she would like to comment on it, that's fine. But if she doesn't, it's not a mark against the AG, because it's also the focus as to what is it the presidential working group is doing as opposed to what else is not being done in eThekwini. That's an issue that we can discuss when we're sitting with the eThekwini municipality. So that's fine. You are interested in it. If she is able to do that, to respond, let's do it. But if she cannot, she's not obliged, not because she doesn't want to, but it was our understanding as to what's happening. We need to leave it flexible for her team to indicate if they are able to track that. If they are not, it's okay. Please proceed, AG.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and to the honourable members for their comments and questions. I do agree with Honourable Taibosh that what's required is for us to step up on consequence management and to rely on the AG's office or the AG herself to issue a certificate of debt as the major tool for consequence management is not going to get us to where we need to go. It's going to be crucial that those appointed as the stewards of public institutions, duly appointed and given the authority to act on transgressions, do their part. I want to also highlight that we're not seeing significant problems or obstacles in issuing certificates of debt as an institution per se. We are concerned that the accounting officers are too slow in dealing with the matters we're raising. The COD must always be the very last option. It happens after the accounting officer has had multiple opportunities to attend to the matter at hand. Their mayor has had opportunities to deal with it, council, the provincial legislature and administration, as well as the National Assembly. And so if you see a COD, I believe wholeheartedly that it is an invitation for all of us to worry about what else is failing in the accountability ecosystem. We've issued a COD. We are looking at 3 more.
in the MFMA space. The process is one that includes an independent advisory committee that is there to advise me as Auditor-General about the appropriateness of issuing that COD. They look at the submissions from our office. They give the accounting officer who's going to be affected by the COD the opportunity to not only submit written representations, but also to present themselves for oral representations. And that advisory committee then applies its mind on the facts of the matter, and then also the matters around justice, so that when we issue a COD, it is one that has enjoyed the attention of different minds and experts advising me at the point of issuing it. So it does take long, but it's not so much an obstacle, but a designed process that we believe protects not just the office, but also the individuals that will be affected by it. I would want to say that the trick to us protecting resources, driving performance in local government is going to come when the people appointed to lead these institutions are people who have the capability and the inclination to use the powers and authority that they have to push back on a culture of impunity. In terms of the progress, and I want to thank you, Honourable Chair, for indicating that I don't have to comment on things that we've not audited. We've not audited the work of the bomb squad, and also maybe just a reminder that this report deals with matters as at the end of June 2025. An audit by its nature is backward looking. It's useful in that it gives you a sense of where the risks are, but it doesn't tell you what's happening today. I think as we go forward, we will start to see the impact of that work in the audit outcomes and in the performance of those municipalities. At the end of the day, the issue is going to be about how the people employed in that environment operate. Maybe just by way of example, there's a small rural town in Free State, in the Northwest, I beg your pardon, the Northwest, Rato. They had years of disclaimers and couldn't get out of a disclaimer. Also using consultants to prepare financial statements. A couple of things happened in the 2025 financial year. One is that an accounting officer and CFO were appointed, and there were people who then decided to act differently on this. The provincial legislature conducted an oversight visit at Rato and arrived at a set of recommendations and resolutions. A combination of the work of the accounting officer and the CFO, as well as that of the provincial legislature conducting oversight in that municipality, led to a scenario where Rato decided to compile their own financial statements themselves for the first time in many years, and they actually got out of disclaimer and are now at a qualified audit opinion. That gives us every expectation that because you've now got people employed in that municipality who have the will and the capability to do what's required, you'll start to see attention towards better performance and accountability and better institutional capacity. If you look even at another example in the Free State, and I'm giving these examples deliberately because the Northwest and Free State are the worst performing provinces, but inside there are some inspirational stories of what happens at institutional level. Dihlabeng is in Bethlehem, had a qualified audit opinion for 7 years, qualified for 7 years. This time around, following the appointment of an accounting officer and a CFO, who implemented the necessary corrective action arising from the previous audits, you now have that municipality improving from qualified to unqualified with findings. Again, we have every expectation that because you've now got leaders who have decided to set the municipality on a different path, we'll start to see that municipality moving in the right direction, and that will benefit the people of Bethlehem. I make this to agree with you, Honourable Van Zyl, that the problem is really about the failure of the people that are entrusted with running these institutions. And that's where the opportunity is. If we get them doing the right thing, we'll start to see a different set of outcomes, not just on audit, but on service delivery. Thank you.
Honorable Van Sale, your hand is still up. Do you still want to come in?
Apologies, Chairperson, that's a old hand.
Okay, but you're fine with the answers? We are proceeding. If there's a new question, you can come back later. Let's pick up on Labus Kachne. You've got your hand up. Good morning, ma'am. You will be the next one. Then after that, we'll go to Direko. I'll follow the other members. Honorable Labus Kachne.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the Auditor-General for, as always, well informative report. I have a few questions, and I want to start off the comment on credible reporting and the influence of that in the municipalities as one of the root causes for material irregularities and all those things. You've mentioned, Auditor General, that the reliable reporting that actually then goes to, that has to be the basis for a discussion between the mayor and the MM and CFO, and eventually go to councils for decision making on various levels, is very often then not that reliable. My question is, from specifically an oversight capacity, is who in these councils is supposed to pick up on the fact that these reports are not reliable? In my opinion, it should be the CFO. And I ask, do these municipalities or these people appointed, and do you in your auditing, can you pick up on that? Do they have the knowledge and the skills? Or is it also a case of the internal audit? Who are the structures in municipalities? If the people appointed in these positions doesn't know that their information is not reliable, who should pick up on that so that we can improve on that? Then you've also in the report referred to some of the municipalities who are making use of consultants and still have a qualified audit. Would it be able for us to get a list of those municipalities? And I would also like to, if it's proper for you, to give us an idea of what could be the consequence management for those municipalities and or the companies or the consultants that they are using, because obviously it's a waste of money. Then the problems in the infrastructure planning, you referred to that across the country in many provinces, there is a problem on infrastructure projects, and it started with the planning. Now, I also know, and from your side, and I will ask the department that as well, if it's necessary, is it a lack of skills, in technical skills in municipalities, or is, and does it play a role? And also the monitoring of these projects, you also refer to it specifically. Is there a requirement, say for instance, that projects should be monitored if projects is being coupled to grants? And if not, should that not become a requirement? I know that you're not Treasury, but recommendations from your side would also strengthen our hand, as we've seen in the past year in oversight. Then there's a lot to be said about consequence management. Since I came in this portfolio, I talk about consequence management. Now the whole committee, we are talking about consequence management. There's still a lack of accountability and consequence management, and unfunded budgets, and grants that you specifically also mentioned, grants that are not used properly. Isn't it time maybe to introduce something like that municipalities, before they receive a new tranche or a grant, have to have a certified disciplinary action register linked to the audit findings? They should have a proof of finalized investigations into financial misconduct, and there should be evidence of referrals to investigative authorities where required. if these three things can be built in as a requirement for municipalities before they can receive a grant, in your opinion, I know that you don't have the authority to implement it, but in your opinion, as Auditor General, would it support and would it help municipalities to get out of this material statements of irregular and fruitless and wasteful management, financial management? And then I would like, the last question is, could we get a list of the municipalities that are in the unqualified with findings zone, the yellow zone, for more than 10 years? There's a specific reference to 20 municipalities for 9 or 10 years and 24 for more than 10 years. So that maybe from an oversight position, yes, we have to look at the 8 disclaimers and we have to look at the unqualified audits, but also look at the yellow zone as you referred to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. AG, please deal with those.
Thank you, Honourable Labuskaghni. Certainly, we'll provide you with a list of the municipalities that have been in unqualified zone for 10 years or more. Some of them include, so we'll give you the municipalities and the entities as well, then at least you have a feel for where you might direct your oversight activity. And then we'll also give you a list of the instances where municipalities use consultants but still ended up in the unqualified space. So that list we can make available to you. You ask, Honourable Labuskaghni, about the reliability of information and on whom councils can rely. So council will be made up of people who are not accountants and auditors, that we understand. What we would encourage is for 2 things to happen. One is for the council to ensure that they get a specific sign-off on the credibility of that information from the CFO and the accounting officer, specifically signing off on the credibility. So that if it should ever come out that that information lacked credibility, the council can hold them accountable. That's the first thing. The second thing would be to say, have an audience with internal audit and audit committee. Sit down with them and ask them to specifically confirm that they have also looked at that information and can verify that it is characterized by credibility. And that information must not just be the financial information, but the performance information as well. It's crucial that the audit committees and internal audit be seized not only with financial information and reports, but also with performance information and even a response plan from the previous year's audit on how they're dealing with compliance matters. Far too many internal audit teams and audit committees are seized with matters around financial reporting, and they don't look at compliance or on performance information. And that's mainly because they tend to have a habit of focusing only on financial information, notwithstanding the specific provisions of the Treasury around what the role of internal audit and audit committees ought to be. So we need to start having a different conversations on the expectations we have on internal audit. The reason I'm suggesting that the CFO and the MM also sign off is because they are responsible for ensuring that internal audit has the resources and the space to do what they're supposed to do. And that audit committee similarly has the ability to conduct its affairs properly. In many instances, we find that internal audit is set up as a function, but it's not given the resources it needs to do its work, or its work is not being taken seriously by the accounting officer and the different Section 56 managers. That is a tone that the accounting officer must set, and it's also a tone that the mayor and the mayoral committee, the speaker and the council must insist upon. We must start deriving value from internal audit. If you look at the metros, what the outcomes I shared around how they're doing on financial reporting, where they are on performance information, where they are on compliance. I didn't even talk about the challenges on IT governance problems that they have. One then asks the question, where is internal audit in all of this? The metros collectively spent over 430 million rand on internal audit. And so you got to start asking, where's the value of the spend? Where are they spending their money? And if they're doing this work, why is it not having an impact? Who's not taking it seriously? Who's not implementing their work? So if we have a combination of council insisting on hearing the voice directly of internal audit and audit committee, but also insisting that the CFO and the accounting officer sign off on information credibility, you will then start to get the assurance that you need as council. I also wanted to talk about the matters on infrastructure. Yes, it is a difficulty on technical skills. It's also a difficulty on, let's call it consequence management, because far too many officials in the infrastructure department are still signing off on certificates from contractors that they shouldn't. And so payments are being made when work has not been delivered. That's not a competence issue or a skills issue, rather than a discipline one. So it's a combination of skills and discipline, and also space. Some of the instances we can see are about officials being put under pressure to sign off on project status when it hasn't reached that level. And so it's about space and lack of interference on the part of the council. The monitoring of grants. So we have a chapter in the general report, starting from page 50, you'll see a chapter that deals with grant management. It is still our view that the provisions of the Division of Revenue Act provide that the transferring department has a direct interest in ensuring that, or getting assurance that the money that they're transferring to a municipality for implementing particular projects is likely to be spent properly. And we're calling upon the transferring departments to look more carefully at the business plans that are being submitted to them by the municipality, tracking the implementation of those plans, but also using their authority to either withhold funds, even if it's for a short period, but to withhold funds, or even taking advantage of the opportunity to rather transfer the service rather than the funds, where they know capabilities lacking. If you look at a municipality like Kanaland, that's got a disclaimer. They are unable to show us what they did with the grant funding. They can't give us records to demonstrate that the grant funding that came from the national coffers has actually been used appropriately. If they can't show that to my audit teams, they are not able to show it to the transferring department. So the transferring department now has every opportunity to start to think differently around the conditions on which they transfer those funds or those resources to Kanaland. I would also suggest instances like Makana, which similarly couldn't give us evidence of what they've done with the grants in their hands. The transferring department has every reason to think differently about how they are transferring those resources and ensuring that they are going to be used appropriately. We do offer in our report insights on what we found, and we offer some recommendations on what could be done by the transferring department, but also by the municipality that receives the resources. I hope I've dealt with all of that. So while I might not make policy, we do offer some recommendations on what could be implemented given the prevailing legal arrangements. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Seiji. Rabuskachne, can we proceed? Fine. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Direko, you're next. And after that, we go to Mkalipi, and then Mtolo, and then Sompa. Direko, are you around? Okay, we'll come back to Direko. Let's invite Mkalipi. All
Hi,
right.
Chair.
Hi.
Hey, my network is quite better and I'm here in Parliament. Thanks very much. Please forgive me if I'm going to ask questions that are already explained by the AG. Good morning to you, AG, and the team. We welcome the Deputy AG as was introduced earlier on. Chair, I just want to check something. With the presentation from the AG, where she said that a total of 57% of municipalities maintain the same audit outcome status as in 2020 and 2021. And I heard her speaking about 61% of the municipality that have shown also improvement. But I didn't get quite well in what category, because when we just took a cab out of as a parliamentarian, and then we wear a cap as an ordinary South Africans, it's very difficult to notice that a certain municipality where is servicing you has improved. I know here we are talking about the financial a category of, or the aspect of it, but in terms of the service delivery, if the AG can touch on the issue of the service delivery. Let me just make an example. I'm sure she is not hearing this one as an example for the first time. In eThekwini municipality, there is an outcry of a water crisis. And one of the reasons that is also make me to push this item to be clarified by the AG is the fact that when the municipality of eThekwini is saying that the schools around eThekwini are owing that particular municipality so much. And as a result, the schools can't afford to pay the municipality or the arrangement that needs to be made for payment to take place. So as a result, that failure to make those payments from the school is also affect the children, whom their constitutional rights are also eroded by the fact that the school principal or the school per se are failing to pay for the water. And the municipality said, no, if there's no arrangement, I'm not going to give you water or water tankers. And then when we engage with the municipality, with the schools, they're saying, no, is the instruction from the AGs. So my point is, even if there is some improvement as per the report, as per the presentation, but how do you measure that improvement in the municipalities compared to the service delivery that affects people? Those are my just few questions for now, for clarity, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. AG, you might wish to respond to that.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Mkhaliphi. We would not have said cut off the schools. We would have said manage your debtors better. And that includes making sure that there is attention to the different categories of municipal debtors. If a municipality is in a scenario where they've got schools owing them significant amounts of money and they're not able to pay them, the recommendation from the AG would not be cut them off. It would be make sure that you manage it properly, even if it's with consultation with the Department of Basic Education at province or even at national. What we measure, Honorable Mkhaliphi, are basic controls around how resources are being managed. We don't second guess the decision-making of the people entrusted with running those affairs. Ours is to make sure that we give a sense of whether or not in the course of making those decisions, they are applying the prevailing prescripts. I'll give you an example. In many instances, we have audited how the indigent policies are being used. So the money that comes from the national fiscus being allocated to different municipalities so that they in turn can fund the provision of basic services to families that are indigent in their different localities. That's a good, clear policy. The money does reach municipalities. In many instances, first of all, the indigent register is not well maintained. So you find councillors and people who are employees of the state or even suppliers of that self-same municipality benefiting as supposed indigents when we all know that they're not. That's a management practice. It's not second-guessing a policy, but it is highlighting that in the execution of that policy, we're missing the real service delivery intention. So we would have issued a finding in that regard. So it's not to say cut off it's not to say don't deliver services to indigents, but make sure the service reaches the intended recipient. Sometimes we find that the indigent register and therefore the beneficiary of those services is somebody who at Home Affairs is deceased. So the question is either you've decided to to give a benefit to somebody who shouldn't have it, or there's a problem around how you're managing the database. So fix the control so that you can get it to get your process to deliver what it is you're supposed to deliver. So that's as far as we go, to say you have a policy, you have these rules against which you must operate. We are seeing these gaps, and then we'll say this is the implication. So we do extend our work to looking at service delivery implications, and we give our recommendations in that spirit as well. The water crisis at eThekwini, we see as part of maybe three things. One is a legacy of not maintaining existing infrastructure, and we would have issued this level of insight over many years when we talk about the amount of money being budgeted for infrastructure maintenance, but also the amount of money that's being wasted through poor execution of those maintenance plans. The second thing is that we would have highlighted this matter around the distribution losses that are quite significant. If you look at Salt Lake municipality, 60% of their water is being lost, 67% of their water is being lost because of distribution losses. Now, they need to then make sure that they fix their infrastructure. We will also raise matters around the water crises in terms of how the management of water tankering services is going. You know, we have found material irregularities where the water tankering service providers are not being managed properly, and many instances being overpaid. The certificate of debt at Ngaka Mudiri Molema that I spoke about related to poor management of a water tankering service where the supplier was overpaid. We're also finding through our work that the process of appointing water tankers is fraught with irregularities. And we would have issued this in the more recent report that we did on water. Sometimes it's basic things like a supplier will bill a municipality in one province and another province for the same vehicle on the same day, which geographically just can't happen, physically can't happen. And so, yes, it's not the fault of the municipality, but they need to find ways of verifying that indeed what they're paying for is what they've received. We'll find instances where the water tanker, which is supposed to be a heavy-duty vehicle, is registered at NATIS as a passenger vehicle, a small passenger vehicle, which then says to us that the service provider is misbilling the municipality, and the municipality is none the wiser. They're paying off on invoices where the cars that are being billed for, they've not even verified. It is up to the municipality to monitor the contractor and make sure that they pay for what they get. So of course, what then happens is the money being set aside to provide water tankering services doesn't reach citizens, be they households or even the schools. And then, of course, over time, resources become leaner and leaner, and the demand continues to grow because infrastructure is also deteriorating. So I hope I'm giving you a sense, Honorable Mkhaliphi, of how all of this work that we do hangs together. Ours would never have been to say, don't cut off a school, but it would have been to say, you've got all of these problems around how you manage your debtors, you've got these problems around how you're billing, you've got problems around how you manage the contracts around water tankering. You've also got problems on how you're dealing with your distribution network. And all of this results in service delivery failure and financial viability problems. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, AG. Let me invite now, Honorable Mkhaliphi, are you fine with your questions?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. Thanks very much for this clarification, and thanks very much, AG, because you went to town about this issue of the measurement. If you remember very much, Chair, I have raised this issue of eThekwini vis-a-vis with the AG's instruction according to the officials, because it was in an official meeting whereby I invited both the schools around Phoenix, Inanda, and it was said in the meeting, and I found it very weird. That's why I said, no, let me bring it up. And when I reported to the COCTA Portfolio Committee, we said we were going to ask the AG to come and meet with the eThekwini municipality together with the school principal. Maybe we can persuade that in order for these things to be clarified further. As a result, AG, I had to read them a constitution to say, if we are taking that direction as the municipality, as we are saying that it was because of the AG's instruction or you were told by the AG, what about the constitution? What about the constitutionality of those kids that now they don't have access to water? That is number one. But thanks for the clarification. We can persuade that. But Chair, the AG didn't touch on the issue of 57% of the municipality who have maintained the same status as from 2020 to 2021, because I don't think it's a good thing if there is the case, or unless if I'm misreading it. And the issue of the 61% that the AG spoke about when she opened the presentation, and in the status of the local government. Thanks, Chair.
I'm gonna let me let the AG to reflect on that. But actually, she did quite an elaborate discussion on those outcomes. I'm not sure if you'd like her to repeat, but she might just highlight what she would like to highlight. But I think she spent quite a bit of time. I just worry that sometimes some of the things as you kept dropping off, you could have missed some of them. So I'll get the AG to look at what can be highlighted again. The issue you're raising about municipality saying we are not supplying because the Auditor-General had raised certain issues. Generally, the Auditor-General will not come and prescribe what the municipality should do, but if what they're doing is, as AG is saying, is not in keeping with the law or cannot be accounted for properly, that is the issue more than whether, in fact, they should have found a way to assist those schools. So we will still need to pick it up again with the municipality, because I think they cannot dodge the issue by referring to the AG, because the AG does not run it. There has to be an understanding as to what was the lack of compliance from their side. So we will obviously need to pick the issue up again. I will then be inviting Honorable Ntolo, but if AG would like to come in now, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to maybe just respond to the question from Honorable Mkhaliphi on the audit outcomes. The category where municipalities have stayed and not improved or regressed would include those that have stayed as clean audits, which we commend. Would also include those that have stayed as disclaimers, which we highlighted as a problem, the 7 repeat disclaimers, and the ones even that have been unqualified for too long. In adverse, the 5 include 3 that have been in this category for a long time. The real big message we wanted to share today about the municipalities whose outcomes are not improving are those in the yellow category, especially the ones that have been there for 5 years plus, the 44. The 24 with unqualified for 5 years to 9 years, and the 20 with unqualified for 10 years or more. And that list we've undertaken to provide, and I think that might be the one you're looking for. We'll certainly provide that. But however, Honorable Mkhaliphi, our report does set out audit outcomes for every single municipality. We've also got annexures that are available, and I'm happy to assist through my team to ensure that you have access to those and you're able to navigate them. I know our annexures can be a little bit data heavy, so we'll make sure we have somebody who's able to assist you so you can get the very best benefit out of them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I hope that assists Honorable Mkhaliphi. May I invite Honorable Ntolo at this point?
Good morning, good morning, Honorable Chair, and the Office of the HGSA. Thank you very much, AG, for a wonderful and informed presentation. Very, very impressive. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I would like to touch a comment on the before I come to call to action. I would like to touch on the issue of consultants, the use of consultants. You will recall, Honorable Chair, that actually this issue is an old issue, whereby actually I remember 20 years ago, while I was still a councillor, this was the main issue that used to be raised as a serious concern. And 20 years ago, 20 years now, after 20 years now, it's still being raised. I don't think, Chair, that actually there is a political will and administrative will to deal with this issue. So maybe I think as political parties, we need to really show that political will in addressing this matter, because this matter was raised long time ago, still being raised even now. Let me just come to call to action, AG. I think as political parties concerned, I think it's high time that we look into this issue of coordination, because that is lacking. There's a lack of coordination between local government, the sphere of government, provincial and national. That is lacking. And we talk of actually of professionalization of local government. So maybe once actually we stop using local government as a dumping sphere or site, whereby actually those that fail to perform are going to be deployed into local government, maybe we'll see changes. I think there must be a change in terms of attitude and approach by all political parties, because we have a serious problem. I think actually, Chair, we still have a chance, because we are having local government elections in November. Maybe I think while actually we are busy with candidates selection or nominations, maybe we must make sure that this time we nominate people that are capable and credible, more important, also credible. Because this thing of councillors that are questionable that we deploy in local government, and even people that have failed in other spheres of government and are just deployed in local government as a dumping sphere. I think political parties should stop that. I think it is important that as political parties, we take local government seriously as a sphere, because that is still lacking, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. We don't take government, local government, seriously as a sphere of government. So once actually we change that attitude and we take it seriously, I think that changes the local government. And even on the issue of consequence management, because AG actually will come up with findings, and the manner in which leadership of local government deals with those findings, it shows that they don't take those findings seriously, or take even the recommendation or findings of the AG seriously. I thought maybe it's important that I comment on that. I make some comments on those issues, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's largely comments, very welcome comments, and I think very important message to send through to reinforce the sentiments of the AG's report. At the end, everything boils down to who are the people who are responsible. The leaders, public representatives, starting from them, they need to be the ones who are capable and who are credible and who are ethical, so that they should then drive this whole program of accountability. I think it's an important point that we have just made. AG, if you want to comment, otherwise we move on to Honorable van Wyk.
Greetings, Chairperson. Thanks to all the wonderful members.
Sorry, Honorable van Wyk, let's see
Yes,
if
Chair.
AG wants to come in first. I'll come in after that.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to indicate that I don't have a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed, Honorable Van Wyk.
Okay, Chairperson. Greetings, AG and your team. Chairperson, I don't have actually much because Honorable Labuschagne also actually covered me. Chairperson, I just wanted to know this thing about consultants, it keeps on coming up, Chairperson. I just wanted to know why are municipalities still heavily dependent on consultants, and what are being done to transfer skills from consultants to municipal officials, and how can municipalities attract and retain skilled professionals? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van Wyk. These are issues when we meet with the municipalities we have been dealing with, but also I think we need to involve the provincial leadership as well to get involved, because there has to be a campaign to drive out consultants, get a clear plan of their replacement, and get a commitment to build the institutional capacity for each one of those municipalities so that they can behave like what the example that the AG is referring of Ratlow. Effectively, a lot of stuff that is needed for consultant is stuff that you should have your own internal capacity to deal with. If you're doing day-to-day budget planning and then you are doing proper procurement and everything, it's your documents. It's not anybody else's document. It's your day-to-day activities. So I think for the committee, we need to actually zoom into that and put a lot of pressure for this issue of consultants to be given at proper attention. AG, if you wish to comment.
No, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I agree with you wholeheartedly. We do have to prioritize the building of institutional capabilities. Thank you, Chair. And it's not just on financial reporting. It translates to the other basic functions of a municipality where there's ongoing over-reliance on external service providers, and that's become a permanent feature, rather than ensuring that we hire people and we gradually ensure that they have the benefit of training and stability, but also are held accountable for performance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think your point is well made. We will pursue the matter. Do you have Sompa, Honorable Sompa? Okay. Honorable Direko? No?
Sorry, Chair. I was struggling
yes.
to get in. I'm
Okay,
sorry
no
about that.
problem.
And let me also congratulate the AG and the Deputy AG and also the report that they have tabled. Chair, my question, that one that I wanted to ask is the same as the one that my honorable wanted to ask about the municipality, but you say we'll deal with the provincial leadership about it. My second question to the Auditor-General will be, were there any municipality that have submitted all financial reports, the financial statements in time? Did all of municipalities submit their financial statement in time or not? If they were not, which are those municipalities? Thank you very much.
AG, if you wish to react to that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. There were 5 municipalities that did not submit their financials on time. I think my colleague will assist me with the list. That list did include Malutia Pofung and Nala. So those 5 didn't submit on time. We were able to complete the other 3 audits, and then Nala was a bit late in terms of the audit process, but it was because of the late submission. We just managed to catch up on time and with the 3. And then Malutia Pofung. So what we are reporting is we've had the highest on-time submission rate. So to have 98% submission rate on time is unprecedented. And that's something we must celebrate. And then we know that the 5 that submitted late actually did submit. So you actually don't have a non-submitter. The only one that didn't submit is Malutia Pofung in terms of its consolidated financial statements. But at least we have their individual financial statements for the municipality and for the water trading entity. In a nutshell, high level of on-time submission. It was only 5. The 5 eventually do submit, and we completed the audits for 3, and then Nala even subsequently, and then Malutia Pofong just the consolidation. So we have effectively pushed back on this culture of getting away with non-submission. And it is something we would want to encourage oversight to continue to watch over so that we don't go back to the days of tolerating non-submission. It should not be that anyone who receives public funds gets away with not submitting financial statements. It's the first step of demonstrating some inclination towards transparency and accountability. And so we are delighted that, through this advocacy, through the material irregularities, through the work of province and national, both executive and oversight, we've been able to get there. It is my appeal that we never go back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, is there anyone else who is having an outstanding question? Okay, I think we should then try and round up this. It once again becomes important for us to thank the Auditor-General for the very elaborate presentation. And thanks very much again for indicating very clearly areas of improvement, stasis, and deterioration. We actually can see that there's been some movement. And so we should also commit to work together with the AG's office to eliminate some of the most glaring. I must say that it's quite heartening to see that the issue of non-submission has been somehow addressed, because it was one of the issues that the committees underlined to say is the provincial leadership must undertake to ensure that there is no such, because it's negligence. It's not anything very sophisticated. It's negligence, and it's a matter of lack of supervision. Somebody needs to stand up and say, go do it. It's not a thing that requires special skills, but of course it has to be based on the fact that there are such financial reports to be submitted. So I think the committee's task has been properly cut out. We obviously need to intensify our oversight. I think the format that we used has been fairly effective, that one of a combined, and in some instances descend on a province and call everybody into one room and then actually draw the line and make everybody answer at the same time. And then you also see what the others have to say about what they are doing. So you learn from others and you learn from the interaction yourselves. I think we need to target a number of issues. Non-submission should be a no-no, and therefore that needs to be online. Then we need to deal with the question of adverse outcomes. They need to address those. There should be no adverse outcomes, and we need to emphasize the need for the support to make sure that municipalities get out of that. And then, of course, the issue of disclaimers. it's good to see that there's been an improvement, but improvement and not elimination is not adequate. So we need to get to the point of saying what is it that makes them unable to eliminate disclaimers. Now, you'd obviously recall, AG, that we had a bit of a confusion in terms of how the audit processes get undertaken in the cases of disclaimers where there are just no records. And it's an issue that I hope that we will find a closure to, in the sense that at some point that we have to draw a line where we say there's no one who has a disclaimer, and that the declining numbers are good enough, but we need to actually target those 9 that are remaining, the 8 that are remaining, so that there should be a target of no disclaimers. Then the other issue which we thought was important to also deal with, unfunded budgets. There needs to be a way of how to get out of unfunded budgets. And this again should be one of the issues that we must draw a line to say the municipality and the provincial leadership must give us a roadmap of how to get out of the unfunded budgets. Then we need to also deal with the issue of non-improvement of audit outcomes. You have been qualified for many years. You need to move out of that. You have been qualified with matters. You need to move out of that. We're moving towards clean audit outcomes. And I think we need to just have a few key issues of what is it that we want, a commitment from the leadership to make sure that we eliminate those particular issues. Then the other issue is that one of the consultants replacement. Now that again, it becomes it becomes important that there must be a plan of how they'll get out, because it's not just a statement that you're going to get rid of consultants. We're saying build your own capacity. That's what the municipality must have. It's its own capacity to manage its own financial systems. And so that becomes an important issue for the committee to focus on. Then, of course, the other issues that are going to be important to get a focused attention on is the issue of procurement irregularities. Now, we've had, in some instances, municipalities that have just been comfortably sitting there with a large number of contracts which we've ultimately called evergreen, but looking at them, they're actually not evergreen. It is actually the same contracts being extended irregularly on a continuous basis over several years. When I'm saying several, sometimes goes to 10 years, 11 years, and so on. Now, those procurement irregularities have to be obviously properly dealt with. Then these are some of the issues that have been flagged seriously. Then the other issues of the management of the infrastructure grants. We still have municipalities which still divert the grant for operational expenditure. Again, we need to be able to say a line drawn there that must never happen. It must never be part of a conversation. It should never be part of what happens. And again, we should be able to focus on those ones in particular. Then the rest of the issues in relation to revenue collection, expenditure management, those again become part of the issues that we will be sitting there and dealing with municipalities about. Ultimately, the management of UIFW has been our major entry point, looking at issues of consequence management and particularly looking at the structures that are necessary to process the issues of UFW, from audit committees, disciplinary boards, MPEC, and their capacity to perform, and also at the end, the proof or record of consequence management, so that you change the culture of impunity, which is what drives this whole situation. And then in a number of instances, we've had to charge the provincial leadership with the responsibility to ensure that they address political instability and some of the areas of political interference in terms of breaking the political and administrative interface, which is where there has been difficulties in controlling irregularities, investigations of corruption, and also consequence management, because some of the consequences are supposed to be visited on people who actually, when they misbehaved, they were actually following instructions. Illegal as the instructions might have been, now we need someone to say, well, you didn't act. What is the reason why you didn't act? If you were the one who was responsible, we need to then get a way of acting on you as well. So we've had very good responses from most of the provincial leadership. Of course, in some of the instances, there's not been much interest like in the one of Gauteng. But in most of the other provinces, there has been generally very good responses to the whole program of calling for accountability right across. So I must say, from where we sit, there has been a very consistent support from COCTA, national and provincial level. At each and every sitting, they would sit there. And then at national and provincial level, at Treasury, as well as Auditor-General and SIU. So this team has actually gone around, and I must say, it actually has a lot more impact if you've got the whole team there, because there's nothing that escapes attention. Everybody is there. And it's also easy to counter-check issues within a very short space of time. We're actually back to the facts. What are the facts? And therefore, we're able to move. I think the impact of all this engagement has been fairly positive, and we have actually had a very strong interaction with the SCOPA team. And so, some of the instances were initiated by COCTA, some were by SCOPA. But all of us, as we participate through, were able to actually make the message to get through that this is a preparation for good service delivery programs. If you don't have all of these matters resolved, service delivery will certainly be affected negatively. And I think if we continue, we will have an impact. And already from some of the report that the AG has given now, it does appear to me that over a period, this is going to have some noticeable impact. And that's why I welcome it when the Auditor-General has to underline certain areas to say, don't leave this one behind, pick it up, because that is what helps to guide the conversation as we meet up with the rest of the municipalities. So with that, AG, once again, congratulations on this very important milestone of your very strong leadership, women leadership. I must say that we are really very impressed, and we really look forward to continuous working with you and giving as much support as we can, and obviously taking as much guidance from you as possible. So let me give you your comments, again, opportunity for a comment, so we can then close the discussion. Thank you, AG.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I want to thank you and the honourable members of the committee for the opportunity to engage in this way this morning. I am of the same mind as you in terms of what needs to happen over the next period, certainly in the run-up to this transition we're facing and beyond. We have made some gains. It's in all our interests to protect them and to do so in a way that's collaborative and to also keep working on strengthening these institutions. The ones that have submitted, come out of disclaimer, are still vulnerable as institutions. So we have to keep our eye on the ball in terms of protecting the gains we've made, especially as we get the new leaders in local government to settle down. I am looking forward to our ongoing collaboration. I have seen and been inspired by the many late nights and the long days that you have all endured as you crisscross the country, as well as what you've been doing in collaboration with SCOPA. Honourable Chair, on a serious note, I think as Auditor-General, I am certainly emboldened and encouraged by the attention that you continue to pay to our work. And I'm truly inspired by the hard work and the collaborative effort that we're seeing from the different committees of Parliament, and also the work with Treasury and SIU and others in the ecosystem. I think it inspires us as Team AGSA, and I think importantly as citizens, because we must all walk away with a sense of hope that tomorrow will be better. So ngiyabonga Khabazela.
Thank you so much. Well, talking about these late nights, I know the champion for those is Honorable Lapus Kachne, who loves those two bits, and Honorable Mtolo and Nkosi. I don't see them here, ululating on this one, but I must say it was really one of those experiences that we look back and we say, well, yeah, we did stretch things a bit there, but I think at the end it was all an effort to try and say, look, we've got a task in front of us, let's all take it seriously. And so thanks very much. I think the point that has been made by Honorable Mtolo, we need to make send a strong message to political parties. There has to be a focus on the quality and the caliber of the councillors, the candidate councillors that they will be putting on the table. Those will determine to what extent we can improve audit outcomes, we can ensure accountability, we can ensure that there's proper economic development, there's proper governance, there's a reversal of dysfunctionality because of the quality and the caliber of the leaders. Both capable and ethical are very, very, very important so that as we move on, we can actually deal with the issues of shortages of resources and challenges of communities and backlogs, but not deal with dysfunctionality because of a culture of impunity where people do not, focus on simple, basic administrative, issues, but they actually can continue with, transgressions and irregularities without any consequences. So that, I think, is a message that we're going to have to drive very strongly. But having said all of that, honorable members, there you are, the Auditor-General and her team, magnificent work they've done. Thank you very much for the guidance, and we will continue to give you the support. This session, therefore, is closed. It's adjourned. We move on. Yes, thank you very much. You're welcome to all wave to the beautiful team of the AG. Honorable Van Zyl, we're closing. You want to say bye-bye to the AG?
No,
And let's see all your
Chairperson,
photos.
when they leave, Chairperson, if we can just stay on for a couple of seconds.
No, we only AG is leaving. The meeting is not getting closed. But that's fine. Thank you very much, AG and your team. Thank you. How do you do all these nice things that I see appearing here? How do you do these things?
To react to.
Excuse me?
Oh, we'll teach you, Chair. Don't worry, we'll teach you.
You'll teach me? Hey, let me see now. Yes, that's congratulations to the AG's team. No. Okay, we'll take a 10 minutes break whilst the AG is on her way out. now I've found where the toys are kept.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
sorry,
good
sir.
Chair.
I couldn't help myself to laugh a little bit.
I didn't know how to do this, but now somebody has taught me, you see. Now, thanks in doing. Shireen, we have a few minutes break. Can you put the agenda of the next aspect of our meeting on the screen, please? The meeting is not adjourned, it's just the AG that we have allowed. And so we will release the DG, COCTA, and any other members from the AG's office. We will only remain with the members of the committee and the support staff, and all the others are now excused. So, all right, members, let's just take just 5 minutes, and then we will come back and look at this and the agenda and adopt it. Just take a stretch break for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, can we regroup? Are we all back? I see some of the members have apologized. Saints, Honorable Saints has indicated he's traveling, and others seem to be
Recording in progress.
falling in and out. But can we get the agenda, honorable members? Can we look at the agenda and get a mover for adoption? Don't remove the agenda until it's adopted. Are the members back yet? Okay, Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I just quickly, before we adopt, see if we can maybe move the time of 2 o'clock earlier, if the CRL will come earlier, because then we can actually conclude a lot earlier today, or for us to continue with the legislation, and alternatively then go on. But first prize really will be for us to continue now and not wait until 2 o'clock. But I'm waiting to hear from you.
No. We're not discussing with CRL. We're adopting our own report. We'll deal with CRL some other day. Am I misunderstanding you?
So, Chairperson, there'll be no session this afternoon at 2 o'clock. We are adopting the agenda and then we'll go into the discussion. Am I understanding you correctly?
You're correct, yes. What we're trying to
Okay.
do is to say we finished a bit early with the AG, so we'll proceed with the rest of the agenda. We're not waiting for anyone from outside. It's an internal committee meeting. CRL is not joining us. We're talking about that last meeting and getting our report. Therefore, we don't need anyone. It's just us. And if we
Chairperson, then I
finish earlier,
propose
that
to
means
adopt. I propose to adopt this
Wonderful.
agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for it?
I'll second
Honorable
you.
Labuskaghni? Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So let's look at this issue, honorable members. We're going to table for you the report around the CRL, discuss it, have our view about it, close the matter. We get a briefing on the legislation, close the matter. Then we talk about some of the issues that relate to constituency and some of the oversight issues, just to guide each other. And that's it. We're just wanting to feed into how we'll run the program going forward. It's quite unbelievable how quickly the year has run and how we more or less run out of time for this year. So we're going to have to look at that. So can I request that Shireen, you open the report and can you send it? Can you put it through for the members to look at? We just need the members to have sight of the report. My focus is on the recommendation. Okay. So that's the report. Don't move too quickly so we can follow. I'm trying to have my own, which I can control. All right. You have that's just an index. What you have there is an index so that we easily can identify the issues we want to deal with. Then move on to first item there is background. Background is giving us a bit of a sense of where things have come from, what the mandate is, what the parliamentary report was about, and then what about the Section 22 committee, and then the interactions with the various, with the CRL Commission, and then we're on to 1.5 parliamentary legal opinion. We all know about that. Then 1.6 portfolio committee meeting with the minister. We remember that. This is background information. Then there were then the item two were the presentations. regarding the chairperson's conduct. The members are familiar with that. And then there was the issue of litigation in court. Then there were letters written to various players, COCTA, to portfolio committee. And then there were specific accusations there, 2.5. I won't repeat them, but you all recall public statements which were misleading, divisive, acting in a manner alleged to exceed Commission's statutory mandate, compromise Commission's credibility and impartiality, improper interference in Section 22. Those were the accusations. Then there was a request for parliamentary inquiry. Again, here the sector raised issues to the portfolio committee. You see that at 3.3, these were some of the issues that were raised at that point. If you move on, these groups were those who were opposed to the CRL process, and then we get to item 4. That is the meeting we last had in the few weeks ago. You will then notice here that that meeting addressed a number of issues: state regulation versus religious autonomy. It addressed issues of deficiencies in Section 22 composition, gender-based violence, distorted bias narratives and fraud, demands and proposals. All of these were issues that they were raised by the members, because all of us were there. You can just read there unless there's a misrepresentation in the report. We just want you to you can indicate that you can correct. Then there were various issues that were raised by the committee. There was a concern around the issue of the state security matter. We'll come back to that, but that was one issue that was raised. Then there was an issue about matters in court, and then there were issues, accusations of overreach. Then there was the issue of religious survey, inclusivity and dissenting views, and then conflict of interest. Those were issues that were raised. Now, there were also issues that were also, we responded as well. Amongst those issues were the fact that we will continue with our processes, despite what the CRL had a view that, we must respect what's going on in court and all of that. We made it clear we're not there. So out of this whole process, I'd like you to focus on item 7, that this should constitute the guide in terms of the way forward for the committee. Firstly, that this committee, having gone through all of these interactions and these processes, should agree, one, that the portfolio committee will guide the CRL Commission in the development of a code of ethical conduct for and by the religious sector through a reformed Section 22 committee. So that process should continue, reform the Section 22 committee, get it to continue with that process. 2, that the portfolio committee should guide the commission to address inclusivity and representation gaps in the Section 22 committee, so taking into consideration the religious sector's diversity, guided by the leaders from each of the various religious faiths. So there's representation issues, inclusivity issues, that we must help the process so that that gets closed. So with these two, that means we'll have a well-formed, inclusive and representative Section 22 committee. Then the process will be about developing the code of ethical conduct by those leaders and for the sector. So those are the first two issues. Then the portfolio committee now also needs to address the combative comments by the Civil Rights Commission chairperson and the grievances submitted by religious leaders against her. I'll come back to that. Then the next one is that this committee must agree to align all the processes, so we eliminate parallel processes between commission and portfolio committee. So we don't have two of us doing the same thing and creating a bit of confusion in the team in the sector. Now, I'd like you to look at the last one as well, because here we're saying, pursuant to the finalization of the Code of Ethical Conduct by religious sector, then we can then talk about embarking on a separate process to assess legislative support necessary for implementing this Code of Conduct and address other gaps in the application of laws to protect congregants. So what this means is that the process to do Code of Ethical Conduct must continue until it's concluded. When it is concluded, we will need then this committee to sit down and say, okay, now we have the Code of Ethical Conduct. It should be helpful to protect congregants. We've got a lot of laws that are helpful in protecting congregants, but is there a gap? Now, the religious leaders could then be engaged at that point to deal with that question. If there are gaps that need to be dealt with, for example, does the Code of Conduct require that it must be turned into a legislation or not? Does it, now that you've got such a Code of Ethical Conduct, do you still need any other law that will help to strengthen the protection of congregants or not? But we shouldn't start now this process as though we're actually starting a legislation, we're developing a legislation. We're developing a Code of Ethical Conduct for the sector by the sector. But once that has been achieved, we need to know whether on its own it's adequate or whether there's something else that needs to be done. Is there a law that needs to be strengthened? Is there anything? But that's a separate process that will happen when the Code of Conduct is being implemented and everything is going on. Then I'm putting it that way so that if we adopt this, it helps to guide the process. It will be easier to guide everybody. Now, if I go back to item C, it says we need to address the combative comments by the Civil Rights chairperson. My view, and this is my view at this point, is that you've got a number of things here. Firstly, you've got some religious leaders who think the process of the Section 22 is okay, it's just got some problems here and there. Then there are others who are saying the process is fine, but there's interference by the chairperson in that process. The others are saying she has made statements that are divisive, that are derogatory, and all of that, and she has actually tried to breach the Constitution. So she needs to be disciplined. We took an approach that we will consult everybody and hear what they have got to say about it. Now, from what we can all tell, at this point, the major problem with the chairperson is all the statements he goes out making out there. If the Section 22 committee is going on, has been reformed and is now inclusive, and it is clear the mandate is to develop the ethical code of conduct, and she does not interfere with that process, and she does not go out and make statements, then there may not be any complaints about her. But even if the process is inclusive, if she will go and do other parallel statements on the side, then we're going to have a problem with her. So my view is that she needs to be told to stay out of this whole process completely. But if she doesn't stay out of the process completely, We then need to actually sit down and get all of those who are complaining, start now a process of inquiry on what needs to be done on her based on those statements. But all of that thing can stop if she just keeps quiet and let the process proceed with other people leading it, and then she hasn't got any other statements going out there. That, for me, would be a way to deal with it. So the first proposal I would have on addressing this matter is to tell her to stay out of the process. If she doesn't stay out of it, we must go the whole way in terms of evaluating all of these allegations against her, which I think can be avoided if she is not part of the process, and the process can continue because it's her comments that are causing the problem. So my proposal is that we adopt those 5 resolutions as a way forward for the committee on this matter, and then we can move issues from there after those are adopted. Let me get your comments, honourable members. Honourable Mtolo, Honourable Labuskaghni.
Chair. Chair, can you
Please
hear me?
proceed, yes.
Yeah, no, Chair, I'm trying to check in terms of this proposal or guidelines. Have we actually checked with the Parliament legal section with regard whether we are in order in terms of these guidelines, in terms of what we are proposing? I'm raising this issue, Chair, because I don't want a situation whereby we will take a decision only to find that actually along the way we are found wanting. You know, I'm trying to check maybe so that we be cautious in dealing with these issues. So if we still have time, if we haven't done that, I'd like to propose that actually we also touch base with the parliamentary legal section, and so that it be advised accordingly. Now, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Labuskaghni.
Good morning, again, Chair. Yes, I don't have any problems with the recommendations. I agree with that. I would just suggest that, Chairperson, that maybe you request the Chair to stay out of the process, because I am just worried that she might even do a express statement on the fact that the portfolio committee is trying to tell her what to do and force her or anything like that. That wouldn't do us good, wouldn't do her good either. But I totally agree with the recommendations.
Are you done, Labuskaghni? Thank you. Honourable Mkalipi.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Chair, the last time we discussed this issue about our mandate as the committee, I think you must remind us, because we have asked the legal opinion in terms of our mandate and powers as the committee, because we are trying to establish whether can we start the process all over again, or do we have powers to fire and hire or something like that. And if you can remind us about our mandate and powers, Chair, we can be able to have a way forward. But being said that, I totally agree with you. In order for both parties to allow the process to be free and fair, the chair of the CRL must not be part and parcel of the whole process. The noise, if you check with the noise through the submissions that was done by the various stakeholders, was emanating from her views on the matter. And also, as we are stating the fact, Chair, that the other thing that was not helpful was the press briefing that she was conducting. So therefore, if as members of this committee agree with your suggestion, Are we saying that the whole process must start again? Or are we saying that no, she must just move completely out of the process, and we are going to suggest that some commissioners must be the one who's presiding over the process in order to finish the process? Those are the issues that I need guidance from you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think the members are quite correct. And as for Honorable Labuskachne, you understand your chairperson very well. And let's start with what Honorable Mtolo is saying. It is important for us to just make sure we are not found to have stepped out of line as a committee. So yes, we should take this matter and ask for a legal commentary to see whether they would agree with these steps, or if they think there's anything here that might be seen to have crossed the line, especially if you recall the previous legal opinion had said that we should the Section 22 process is not our process. It's a commission's process. Now, but then the legal opinion said that if we have a complaint, it's the committee that should investigate the complaints. However, they proposed that we should engage the different parties and then come to a conclusion whether we are able to resolve the matter in any other way before we have to embark on the decision to start the investigation, because it will have serious implications once you've got a Chapter 9 institution chairperson who is being investigated by Parliament. Now, that means that if there's anything that might be, if there might be anything here that might be offline, and then you're going to have a statement made by the commission about how we have, interfered and so on, she would do that. So what I thought we would do is that, firstly, let me start by saying, if we were to take this thing for a legal opinion, that would be one way of addressing the issue. The second issue would be we have an outstanding meeting between myself and the Speaker and the chairperson. So we would raise this issue with her to say the committee has got two options here. The first option is to recommend an approach that basically allows a mediated process wherein you stay out of this, we let the rest of the commission proceed with this thing, and then protect you from all the excitement and the anger out there. But also you protect us from having to deal with all the complaints each time you make a public statement. We have to respond to those utterances, some of which are misguided. And if she says no, she would not be interested in that, then there's no problem. What we have to do now is to take the next step of going into the allegations made against her. And we say, in that case, we want to register a formal inquiry as there has been a complaint about it. But that means that will actually halt the entire process of Section 22 in the way that we thought it could be taken, because they wouldn't be in a position to proceed with this from a different perspective. They're going to go on with what they are doing. What we are suggesting is amend that process, and then it will settle a lot of people's emotions about it. But if she then does not want to cooperate on that means we're going to have to abandon that approach and simply, whilst they're busy with the Section 22 hearing processes, we will then be having our own hearings here in terms of the complaints that have been given to us against her. If we find that there's anything wrong, then of course there are consequences. If there's nothing wrong, we clear the issue and leave it at that. But it would, for us, that approach would have been in line with the legal opinion, because our legal opinion says, let's find a way to mediate through this thing. And if we can mediate, fine. If we can't mediate, then we'll have to proceed. And in this case, I think we have taken enough precaution on the mediation, because we've spoken to everybody now. So we know, as a matter of fact, the real problem is the Section 22 committee is to correct the representation. And we don't need to worry about that, because the people who are talking about representation are the ones who will say what they want to be done with the committee. So that's not a problem. Secondly, code of conduct. If we say our process is really up to the code of conduct and we're not proceeding on anything else, the legislation will be a separate process that will come only after the code of conduct has been done. Even then, it will be a question of evaluating what we need. Then it will be different. So those two steps will help the process to move on. It will actually stop the disagreements. In fact, it can even take the matter out of court if we approach it from that point of view. But if we leave it as it is going, then the sector will be in court. We will have complaints. We will have to actually go and start a process of investigating the chairperson. So from what you are saying, I would then say, let's take the matter up with the legal team to say, look at our report. Do you have any problem with this? If they confirm that they were fine, or if they've got any suggestion, we'll bring it back here. Secondly, if you allow me to talk to the speaker and then the chairperson and table the matter to say, these are the options you're going to face here. Which one would you be ready to deal with? Then whatever we'll discuss with, we'll then after that have a formal meeting with the commission as a whole to say we are approaching this matter this way. Do we all agree? And then we leave it at that. It means in the next meeting, we'll ask them to convene a meeting of all the religious leaders, and then we'll say to them, whilst we are here, we'd like to see that they correct the inclusivity representation in the committee, number one. Number two, they must go on and deal only with the issue of code of ethical conduct. Come back, report to the CRL commission. The CRL commission will bring the report back to us. But when we know that the chairperson will not be creating the excitement, then the process can continue quietly without a lot of public noise. But if there's a disagreement with us and her and on this matter and the commission, then it's okay. Then we leave them to continue with what they're doing with the Section 22 process. But we know that's going to generate a lot of noise, and therefore we will have to start the process of investigations on our side. We'll have to then say, okay, these are the allegations we have. We will then ask that the parliamentary team must help us to set up the investigation. Those are the options we've got. Comments, colleagues?
We are aligned, Chair. We are aligned. I think that is the guidance that the Chair is giving us. Just get a legal opinion as per suggested by Honorable Mtolo and agreed by the Chair, and all of us were agreed, because we must not find ourselves wanting after we have taken a decision which will be proven that it was not correct. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Then can we close this part of the report and go to the other side of the report? Now, Sherin, can you table the various issues on the screen, please? We're still on CRL. Start with the Cheryl Zondi.
Chairperson, this was just the background on the issue of the funding of from the Cheryl Zondi Foundation. We posted a letter on the WhatsApp group that we received from the National Lotteries Commission on the issue. So I will just post that letter on the screen.
Let me deal with it this way so that we can shorten the process. Honorable members recall that there was a question as to whether Kaluva was part of the Cheryl Zondi Foundation, which she confirmed she was. Then the question was, is the Cheryl Zondi Foundation receiving funds from the lottery? Then she said no. She denied, and then the members brought in media statements to the effect, and then she said no. Then we left the issue. Now those media statements are attached. You'll see there if you look at the link that's attached there. Now we then asked the lottery directly. So please put up the lottery fund letter. In the meantime, I think there's a letter that's been attached on the group chat. Now, if I were to ask the members to look at the letter, you have the letter in the chat group. The long and short of the letter is that lotteries, they've acknowledged our letter, and they are then saying they are, on the basis of official records available to the NLC, the NLC did not approve or disperse funding directly to Cheryl Zondi Foundation. The records reviewed reflect that the relevant funding application approval process concerned IZIMVO 447 NPC in 2018 under the proactive funding model. The available records further reflect that IZIMVO 447 NPC processed an application and the beneficiary entity for purposes of adjudication and grant administration. But importantly, the NLC, if you look at item 7, NLC review did not reveal any funding application submitted by Cheryl Zondi Foundation, any adjudication resolution or approval authorizing funding in favor of the Cheryl Zondi Foundation, any grant agreement concluded between NLC and Cheryl Zondi Foundation, any payment effective by NLC into a bank account held by Cheryl Zondi Foundation, or any records indication that Cheryl Zondi served as a member of IZIMVO NPC. Okay, I think with that, the questions that were raised by members were suggesting that the chairperson may have misled us in relation to this funding. According to the Lottery Commission, no, there's not been any funding. Then they further down say that to the extent that there would have been media statements alleging this, they are denouncing those as untrue. So I want to suggest, therefore, members, because what this would have done, if this letter was confirming that there was a funding from from the lotteries to Cheryl Zondi, it would have actually meant that the chairperson has misled the committee. Now that this is the response we're getting, so this matter therefore gets closed. So that's the one aspect. Now, if the members can comment on that, so far as we're concerned, this matter needs to be closed because then there was no funding to Cheryl Zondi. Whatever all these statements were saying, the Lotteries Commission says no. Any comments? Can we close the matter? with that? Honorable Mkalipi, is that a new hand or old hand?
Yes, Chair. If there is a case, that is a straightforward matter now. Let us close
Thank
it.
you. Let's close it. Thank you. Let's move. Bring us the other issues, Sherin. Still, we're talking about, all right. All right. You see, the issues, therefore, that remain in relation to the chairperson are these accusations that were made by religious leaders that we then said someone must, we collected as many media statements and videos as possible to say, what do we see in those videos? You recall that the chairperson gave us 3 videos. The defenders and other groups gave us other videos. I also picked up other videos, so we pulled them together. So what do you find in those videos? There are statements that suggest the proposed regulation of religious institutions. The one aspect deals with registration of religious institutions. That's what you pick up on those videos. Regulation and control. The proposal including a board or council of peers to receive complaints and so on. The next one was the establishment of Section 22 committee. Just move up a little bit. Right. The next one then was the issue around the investigation. So this is what gets contained in those videos. So if there has to be any investigation, we need to be then going through those videos as well. But this is just for your information as to what are the issues that relate to the chairperson. They are in the videos. The videos, they've summarized them in this kind of format, but they also are part of what is in the report as items of the complaints. So that was the one aspect that we wanted just to put on the table. Then there were issues that related to the resignation of Professor Kulu. You will see that those are the issues that were highlighted in that communication. There were statements, there were a number of things. So it became an issue because those who were accusing the chairperson of the CRL, they were saying the reason why Prof. Kulu had to leave was because of something wrong with the Section 222 process. So these are the issues that arise out of that process. Let's move on. Now, then there was an issue of the State Security Agency involvement. There were these accusations. Here we've asked that we must get all the correspondence that has been exchanged between the state security and the commission. So you have a bit of a history of what was reported. So if we get more information, we will then elaborate further if there's any new information. But we will ask for information from the commission on all the correspondence. So when we get all of that and it suggests something different, we will bring this issue up as well. Those are the issues that relate to the chairperson. I think that's the last one. Anything else there, Sherin? Yeah, those are the last issues. So these issues will then come back to be looked at if we have to go on with an investigation in the chairperson's conduct. For now, it's just to refresh your memories that these are the issues in the package of what would have to be looked into. If you go back onto the report that we just tabled, you'll see that some of those issues are also summarized in brief in that report. So there are those issues that would need to be investigated. But if the way we go is mediation, then we'll simply just ask her to step out and let this process go on, close it. After that, nobody will raise a complaint. So that is really where we are. That's it, members. Any comments so that we can move on to another issue? Any other comments on this matter? Can we note it and put it aside? All right. So we
Noted,
note-
Chair.
Noted. Thank you. Let's close it at that. Let's move to the next item, Sherin.
Just a small
Yes.
clarity, Chair, before you move on.
Yes. Please
On the
proceed.
issue of National Lottery, I know that we have said no, there's no evidence in front of us, but I'm just quickly reminded about something that this matter emanates from the chairperson who was appearing before Parliament, and he's the chair of that National Lottery with his legal advisor, which he said, they did in fact give money to the foundation. So am I wrong, Chair, if my memory serves me right or wrong?
There are statements that were given to us that were media statements that were indicating people who responded and were saying that there was this sponsorship. We got all of that and then went to the people who should have done the funding, which is the National Lotteries Commission. Now, those are the ones who must say to us, this is how much we ask for. They must show us the application, they must show us the agreement, they must show us the payment, they must show us the bank details and proof of payment and so on. We ask for all of that. Because they don't have any of that, they've responded in the way they've responded. So we do not have a basis to take the matter up again. The only thing which you are raising might be, could the person who answered earlier have misled a committee of parliament? Now that committee might benefit from this letter and they can decide whether they want to take the matter forward. If this matter was discussed in the COCTA subcommittee at that time, I'm not sure which committee, I thought it was a different committee, but if it was a COCTA subcommittee, we can look back and then check whether we want to pursue the statement that would have been misleading, because we would conclude now that if the National Lottery Commission says there was no payment, then there can't have been any payment. It closes the matter. So it means we're only left with someone who must have misled a committee of parliament. If the members want us to pursue that, we can do so, but for me, it's an academic exercise at this point.
Okay, Chair, no, it's clear.
All right. Then that's fine. So we have dealt now with the CRL Commission on the two aspects. The first aspect was a conclusion of how we're going to take the matters forward. We agreed here that we're going to do two things: subject our report to the legal process for opinion, and then engage the commission, the chairperson with the speaker. And if we have a way forward there, then we'll come back to indicate that this is what works. But if it doesn't, then of course we're going to be ready for a bit of a gruesome engagement going forward. But nevertheless, we can't retreat. We have to move on with the issue. Then the aspect of the Lotteries Commission, consideration of the chairperson having misled the committee is out of question now, so that matter is closed. Then the information in relation to state security will update members if there's any new information. The issue relating to Professor Kulu and the accusations that goes onto the basket of matters that get looked at if we have to start the investigation. At this point, we have not decided to start the investigation, but after our next meeting, we will be clear whether we're proceeding or not. But we believe that the matter can be resolved without that investigation to avoid the misunderstanding, and we can proceed. So that's the CRL Right Commission matter. Then legislation, and this is the Traditional and Co-Assigned Leadership Bill. Sherin, just update us what's proposed here, what's happening.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, with the traditional and co-assigned leadership bill, we just need to inform members that we have now the advertisements has been approved. So the dates that you see here is when the advertisements will be placed in the different publications, calling for submissions, written submissions on the bill. We just need to just remind members that the bill does have a constitutional court deadline of 1 June 2027. It's all in the package that in this document that was sent by the Public Participation Unit. And the most important thing here is to look at the proposals that was made by the unit of the areas that we could possibly look at having public hearings. And when we will be doing that, because after our processing, the bill still needs to go to the NCOP, who must also have sufficient time to deal with the bill before the deadline of 1 July 2027. So here is the proposed public hearings and the areas in the different provinces. So members must just give input on this areas that was identified by the Public Participation Unit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable members, please look at and make your comments on this process.
Sorry, sir, is the dates that I'm seeing? Sorry, dates that I'm seeing here, are they the dates? Is the dates that I'm seeing here the dates that's proposed for public hearings? On
No,
those.
Sorry, those are the dates that the previous public hearings was held.
So
for now, we only have the areas that they propose we have public hearings.
Okay, is that the areas that is proposed? What do we have to comment on? Because what I can see on my screen is Traditional and Co-Assigned Leadership Bill, Sunday Times English, Sunday 28 June 2026. These dates, what are they?
Those dates are when the advertisements will be placed in those newspapers. So let me just stop share and reshare. Are you not seeing the proposed TKLB public participation hearings?
No, we don't see that.
Page? Okay, let me just.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah.
Hello. Okay, that's fine. That sorts this out. Sorry, Marina. Not Marina. Sherin. Just check that Galaxy. Who's on the Galaxy? I know that Marina Van Sale was gonna switch. Just confirm that it's one of us. Galaxy 8555. Oh, it's still Marina. Okay. Yes, that's Marina. That's fine then. Let's proceed. Honorable Marina is on the road and therefore has had to open this because of the connection problems. So is following the discussion and is double booked on the platform. That's fine. Let's deal with the next issue, Sherin.
Chair, before we move off there, we haven't seen those dates, and this is a very important period, Chair, because the last list of public participation places, as well as, they would have, for Johannesburg, they would have one participation process in an area called Kibble Park where there's no public transport to. So we need to see that so that we can comment on those things, Chair. And, we hear that they have a problem with the date of 1 July 2027 or 1 June 2027. I want to say, Chair, that whilst we appreciate them telling us that, we cannot allow this process to be hurried through again.
All right. So what
Thanks,
question?
because the last time they did that, they didn't attend to everything that we wanted them to attend to, and they tried to get this process through, and they tried to get this thing approved, which is wrong.
Okay. Shireen, is there anything you want to comment on here? Because what we will need to do is to either give members space to study this and send us comments in writing if there's an amendment that they're proposing, rather than doing nitpicking item by item, date by date, venue by venue. Just make your comments. I want to suggest that we might have to allow members a day or two to look at this and give us suggestions. Shireen?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, we can do that. We just wanted to just inform members how far the process is. So whilst members are looking at which areas that public hearings should be held in, the process of advertising for comments will still be going ahead. So we wanted to inform members about that one, and just to inform them that there is the deadline of the Constitutional Court, but that can still be discussed. So that was it that we wanted members to look at, and just to agree on areas that they thought that we must have the public hearings in, so that the public participation unit can start with the public education, so that when we do go out on the public hearings, that all the other processes has been concluded and within specific time frames. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, so we must agree on the areas, and then members, if they've got questions about some of the areas or objections, they must write to you. And then the dates, if you got the dates indicated, then the members might want to comment on those dates. Lapus Kachne?
Chair, I just wanted to ask the following things. Can Shireen just remind us again, what is the deadline for the Constitutional Court, that date, the month and the year? It was there. I wasn't quick enough to pick it up.
Okay, just remind us, Shireen.
1 June 2027.
Yes, the deadline is 1 June 2027.
Okay. Then, yes, the advertisements for the comments are going out. Is there a specific, my proposal would be, Chair, that the members of the committee should look at the dates that, or the places that Shireen had put on there, that the previous public hearings took place, and the new dates that they have now. But is there an indication that, or we will have to keep in mind that when you give us the dates for public hearings, that the next term of Parliament is very short? It's like a 3 weeks term before we break again. To be able to put that public hearings in to which term and when, I would suggest that if it's possible, that the members of the committee look at this, and maybe by the end of this week put in the proposals for some areas to be added on that's been left out that they feel and that they have knowledge of, that certain or specific communities or groups that has been left out should be added, so that we can have a comprehensive list of communities that needs to be included in the public participation, so that only then it would be possible for us, I think, for Shireen also to work out a timeline, because if we have the spread of where we have to be in how many provinces, how many different places, only then we can decide these are the number of days, and even if we have to split the committee or something like that to work on that. That is my proposal, sir. Thank you.
Okay, can we give it a week? Shireen, would that harm you? If you say circulate information, let's get the members to comment on this by next Tuesday we are fine with this, we proceed. If there are changes, we propose them in between. Can that work, Shireen?
Chairperson, yes, that can work. We will also send the parliamentary program just to because his framework, the outline of the dates for the terms, so that members can see which days are available. Thank you, Chair.
All right, honourable members, honourable members, honourable Taiposh, we'll give 7 days. Make your comments, suggest amendments on dates and areas and venues, then we can come back and talk about it. All right, so let's proceed to the next one, Shireen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then just a reminder that we still have the INSI bill that's with us. We did say that we would do the public participation when we deal with the coalitions bill. So INSI is still with the committee. And then with the coalitions bill, we haven't received anything from the department yet, and no indication on when that bill will be ready. We have been communicating constantly, but there's still no indication when we will be getting the bill. So that is on the legislation. On
Okay.
oversight.
All right, for now, let's agree that set all of these things into a program for public participation. We will deal with the coalitions bill when it arises. Before we have it, we can't factor it, but we can't wait for it. Let's proceed with whatever there is. We'll factor it in at the time we receive it.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I comment?
Yes, come in, Kalipi.
There is a huge debate in the programming committee in regards to the processes of the bills. It emanates from the experience of Denmark. And we have asked Parliament to do a study on their own in order to shorten the process of the bills. So now, as a result, we have decided in that programming committee that all the committees must update in terms of the bills that are in front of the committee. So now we're here in the committee, and the problem or the challenge that we are being told is about the department, which does not communicate with the committee. So therefore, I suggest a different approach, Chair. We must write to the cabinet, or we must write to the department rather, and ask to how far with these processes of whichever bill that is still stuck within the department, so we can be able to have a response as a committee as well. Because we go to Parliament, they said it's committee. So we go to the committee, it's the department. So at least if we can have a clear direction as the committee as well, how far is the process where we don't have any powers to proceed with such legislation? That is number one. Number two, Chair, if I can just be reminded that where is the process now regards to the coalition bill? What is expected from the department is from now, and what is expected from us after the department has responded to us with the coalition bill? I'm asking this in connection with, in light of the fact that you are going to have local government elections on the 4th of November. Is the likelihood that we are going to have that bill concluded by then, as it has to address some of the challenges that is experienced by the local government? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think let's take your suggestion to write to the minister and ask him about the bill. The bill is not with the committee, so we can't proceed. But our understanding was that actually this committee is very ready to push this bill on. And there are very few areas of disagreement we're going to pick up on this matter. But the delay on the department, I don't know why. I think we need to push them with a letter of inquiry now. But from where we sit, I cannot see how a bill that's not been tabled with us now can still be available on time before the elections. It's very unlikely we'll be able to do that. But I won't stall that. I won't stop that. I'm just simply looking at the observation, making an observation on the basis of the delay. But in terms of the substantive matters inside the bill, I think this committee can move very quickly on that side. What might delay would be the public hearings, but even then, if we have a program, we can push that. But the time remaining doesn't look like it's long enough to do the bill. So we will do an inquiry and find out what's the delay. That, I think, is how we should deal with it, colleagues. But I don't know why they would still be stuck with a bill, because the principles have been on the table for a long time, and we've discussed a lot of this, and we should be able to proceed with this thing. But whether we'll make the time for before elections, I might doubt, but we can still try and push. So we'll take your suggestion, proceed with the matter, request an update from the minister, and try and urge him to move this issue up to us. All right, let's move to the next aspect. Sherin?
Thank you, Chairperson. Then we get to oversight. The Eastern Cape report we sent to members. So in our next meeting, we will look at adopting the report. The reports from Northwest and Gauteng, we still are waiting the provincial departments to send the consolidated response on the recommendations of the committee. And then the deadline is 3 July. We will send all the information on to members once we receive it. And then with the engagements with municipalities, some of it that we as a committee had alone, and the ones that we had jointly with the scope committee, some of the issues that was raised, like the Nelson Mandela Bay issue with the city manager. It is now that the advocate Leon Wabo was again appointed as the acting city manager for 3 months from now, while the permanent city manager is still on suspension. With the evergreen contracts, the committee will be sending that to the department and National Treasury to investigate the matter and report back to the committee, as well as the UIFWNE. There was an agreement that all these issues, we will schedule a meeting with the minister in the next term, where all these issues will be discussed, as well as the issues raised in the oversight reports with the municipalities in provinces. We also just want to inform members that with regard to the lease of the transformers, there is an investigation by the Serious Commercial Crime Unit, an ongoing investigation. So information was requested from the committee side, transcripts of the meetings, so that they can proceed with the investigation, and they will keep us informed on the outcome of the investigation. With with regard to the meetings with eThekwini and
Just hold on,
Sunduzi.
just hold on, Sharon, let's hold on. On this matter, the evergreen contracts information was supposed to have been sent already to the to Treasury and National Minister to investigate. Is that what you're saying on this report?
Chairperson, the information was sent to us, but it hasn't been sent to the department and National Treasury. There was some challenges in downloading the information and things, but we have now sorted those challenges. So by the end of the week, those information will be sent to both departments.
Okay, let's do so, because what we need is a date by which we need the minister to come and give us a report. And for that to happen, you're going to have to tabulate all the items from which we need the reports from the minister, so that the committee knows which are the issues that we have actually asked the minister to come and respond on. So this one and the investigation on UFWs, all of that, we need to have deadlines by which we should have a report back, so that we are able to schedule a meeting with the minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will inform the committee by next Tuesday on the deadline that we will give the minister to respond to those issues.
Okay, and then on eThekwini, what is the return date for the atlas?
On eThekwini, we've received the responses as well as Msunduzi. So those responses will be sent to members, and then if there's follow-ups, we will send it back to. Members can do the follow-ups to myself, and then we will send it back to the municipalities. Then the committee also
Sorry, Chair.
requested
Sorry, Chair.
Sharon, hold on. Yes,
the question then, when did you receive the responses from eThekwini?
Sharon?
the responses, sorry, members, the responses was received by eThekwini last week. It's just that the responses, I will show members how the responses came through, and sometimes it's difficult in downloading the information and putting it in together for members to have a look. So this is what we have tried doing. I'm just gonna let me just share that one so that members can see how we try to put the information together.
No, Sharon, no. The question was, when did you receive the response from eThekwini?
The responses was received last week, Chairperson.
Okay, when do the members get to read those reports?
We will have all the information ready by the end of the day.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Mkalipi?
No, it's okay, Chair.
Okay. So that's fine. Proceed then. Let me just deal with those next two. There are two issues here. The first one relates to Ilembe. Here there was a report that came to, an allegation that came to us indicating that the municipality has secured a premise that they are renting. They've been paying for the whole year, but the municipality is not occupying that premise. So we asked for information as to why that is the case from the Ilembe, and they went to to and fro, and ultimately came back. The responses were not satisfactory, so the matter has been referred to the provincial government for investigation. What Sherry needs to do is to compile the information, including the letters, and attach it for when we deal with these issues. The members must have this information they must have this information available. We will wait to get the responses afterwards, but at some point I'm not sure if this is all attached here, because if it was, then the members can go through that report and see what the issues are all about. The next one is a whistleblower in eThekwini who wrote a letter, who wrote a statement to the minister and MEC, and then also gave us a copy. And in this report, they raised a number of allegations against the the city manager, some of which are the issues that were raised by the members in the process. So when we look at all the issues relating to eThekwini, we will attach this, but hopefully the members will know that if it's a whistleblower, it needs to be kept with confidentiality. However, the issues, what we've done with it is to write a letter to the minister and MEC to say, we see that you have received this whistleblower's report. Give us your own response. How have you investigated the matter? What has happened? So we've sent it to them for that response, I think the other one we sent to the NPA because of the nature of the fact that this was an affidavit. So we sent it then, they will indicate to us if they're investigating on any of those. Then the next issue, Amajuba. What was this one again? The Amajuba, there was a irregularity about the municipal council meeting that they have had a disagreement about how the meeting is conducted. I think it's the same old issue that relates to the number of councillors as well as the virtual meetings and so on. So that matter, we've asked the MEC to address it, to investigate it. So what we need is that all this information must then be made available to the members. And then when the response comes back about the investigation, at least you'll have known what the issues are that they were being investigated. All right, let me see if there are any further comments, because I would like Sharon to put the constituency matters on the table as well, so we can see some of the things that we have been processing, that the members must see where they are, what they are. But if there are any comments on these matters, Sharon, what I don't know, are these matters, is the information attached in any of these in these matters? Have they been loaded for members to be able to have access to them?
No, Chairperson, the documentation we will attach.
Okay.
We will send this document out to members, and then we'll attach all the information in the document.
Okay, then organize them properly so that the members can have all of the information. Because for now, it's just to highlight what the issues are. When we have to come back and deal with the issues in detail, the members can indicate where they would like us to focus. But because there are many, we need to then make sure the members have got the information that that will indicate what is it that's being processed, what's being investigated, what's been referred, and all of that. Let's get to the next one. Just put up the constituency matters.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first one is Chairperson, I don't know if you want to speak to that one. It's just the proposal of.
Okay. All right. This matter is a proposal that was given to us. That's for the members to note what the Professor Hendricks is a fellow I know when I worked at Health. So he had suggestions about national health insurance, advocacy, working with COCTA and SALGA, and he's got a proposal. All we need is the members to look at the proposal. If there are any comments, we can deal with it from there, but it's just sent for members to note and comment about it. Let's take the next one. Then Mkhomosi Romeo, they want us to have an oversight visit or intervention in Ratlo municipality. They're unhappy with a number of issues there. My proposal is that note this municipality and include it amongst those that we will engage when we deal with the Northwest municipalities, which is supposed to be on our program. Again, it's general service delivery issues that they are raising here. Let's move to the next one. Now, this one, this matter, it's amongst the issues that came from Ilembe. Apparently, somebody was appointed inappropriately, and then Ilembe municipality was taken to the public protector, and then the public protector then had certain recommendations, and then this question was raised because they felt that the municipality was not implementing the recommendations of the public protector. We asked the municipality to respond. There is a report that they've given us. Again, not satisfactory. Some of these, I think we need to check whether we also included it on the referral for the MEC to investigate. But you can have the matters attached and the members can look at this issue and then you can guide after that. But I think this one's amongst the matters that were sent for investigation by the MEC, but you can just check for me if that's accurate. But here is for noting and members to guide and comment, and so what else do you think we need to do about it? Let's move to the next one. Just wait on this one. Okay. This issue, the Councillor Suzette raised issue of unlawful tariffs by Cape Town, and wanted the committee to intervene and deal with the matter. Now, Sharon, you can just remind me, was this matter not referred to the minister to investigate?
Chairperson, we've written to the municipality just to give us some more information on the fixed tariffs. So we're waiting on the response from the municipality first before we'll send the matter to the minister.
Okay, so when the report comes back here, we'll share with the members and then the members can guide, and maybe we'll need to then go to the minister about it. But it was a fixed tariff that the council was objecting to, and therefore we need to get to know what exactly is this that the Cape Town municipality is implementing. All right, let's look at the next one. Now, I don't recall what was this issue about, but there's a dissatisfaction around the bylaws that were supposed to be implemented through the city of Cape Town regarding small businesses, shops and fed cooks and so on. Now, again, I can't recall what we did with this. Did we ask for information from the city? What happened here? You should make a note on the site so we know what happened.
We did ask for information from the city of Cape Town. So we are waiting the city to respond to us.
Okay, we'll have to come come back then. Let's move to the next one. All right. Ward 36. Again, I think members can look at this. I can't recall, but it was a complaint from informal settlement in Mfuleni that they wanted us to give attention to. Now, here we just need guidance, what members think needs to be done. It's the same issue here on Makutamaga. It's about conflict on land claim. Again, members can look at that. Then Khalo, it's a labor relations issue, Nelson Mandela. And then the next one is Zenzele Tipali Singh. On these matters, all we need is members can just indicate where they think we need to pick up this one and take it forward in a particular way. But it's just to avoid a situation where some of the issues are so many that members never even have an idea that there was such an issue. And if it arises in public, you might think, oh, but what happened on this issue? I've never heard of it. Here, this one was a matter raised by Honorable Saint van Wyk. But we have letters that come from Councillor Swart. What has happened here is that in Heidedal, it was a mining area. So when the mine was abandoned, then the place filled up with water. It became a huge dam. Then this dam became a source of problems in the community in the sense that young people who wanted to commit suicide threw themselves into that dam, and some criminals would take that area to hide some of the people that they had murdered. And so the report, I think, is close to 43 bodies that have actually been recovered out of this area. So at some point, the Committee on Safety and Security and the one on minerals had to get involved because it became a matter of rehabilitation of a mine. And so they got involved, they went and did oversight. After they did oversight, they put certain assignments of what needs to be done by different departments and different provinces and so on. And in that process, the community saw the Portfolio Committee of COCTA visiting Free State and then said, oh, this committee should have also been told to be part of this. So they said we must go and get involved in this matter. Now, I then went and spoke to the chairperson of the Minerals Committee, and then we agreed that they must just share with us their report, and then we can comment on the matter in terms of what needs to be done. The long and short of this is that the community is having huge concerns because this is now a social risk and people want assurance that the government, the municipality will do something to reduce the risk for the community. So some of the actions are still ongoing. And if you look at the report, and I'm hoping that, Shirin, you've got that report attached, because I think we were supposed to get the report from them. And then we raised it with the Manga Metro.
Yes, please.
Bosch, you must mute. Okay. So this matter, as I said, we then kept sharing information as we're getting with Honorable Saint, because it was coming from people in the Bloemfontein area where he comes from. So the work is ongoing there. Can we move on? And I assume that you have attached all of this information, Shirin?
Chairperson, it's all in
In the link.
yeah, in the link.
Okay, let's move on.
Chairperson, then the
Yes.
next one is with traditional leadership. Most of it is leadership disputes that we've sent to the Department of Traditional Affairs to have a look at it, and we ask that they respond to the committee, and as well as we'll have a meeting where these issues will then be responded to. There is just one other one, is that the issue of the disappearance of a 17-year-old boy. This matter was brought to the committee because Tando was disappeared at a initiation school. We then wrote to the Minister of Cooperative, the Minister of Police, and the Premier. We asked them to look into the matter. I know that New York then responded on the matter, and all the information is in the link. Just to give an update, is that the investigation is still ongoing. The Tando has not been found yet, but the matter is still ongoing. What was said also initially is that he was not an initiate, but was assisting at the initiation school. So, but all the information is in the link provided, and all the other the other issue, like I said, was around leadership disputes. That is with the department that will be sending us a report on how far the matters is, because it has been shared with them. Thank you, Chair.
Just move on, then let's see what's the next one. This one of a disappearance of initiate. We got involved just to get the relevant authorities to be involved, to act on the matter. They've said that they are dealing with it, so we'll keep checking. Then I don't understand this one of Prince Mula. What's the issue there, Shirin?
Chairperson, no, it's about the Knoflokskraal community. That there was a request from the minister and the committee to come in and do an oversight visit at the area, and there was also reports from the, I think it's the Minister of Public Works at the time, of having to remove the community from that area because the area is private property. So the minister is looking into the matter.
Okay. All right, let's note that. And then Ms. Pinto. I haven't seen this one, but the note there, where does that note come from? I would like to make a presentation. Who made the note?
No, that is from Ms. Pinto herself. She would like to make a presentation on the issues of Khoisan.
Oh, okay.
So there's some issues that she's
okay.
that she has a matter. We get all the information is in
all
the
right.
link.
That we'll have a look at that. I haven't seen this one, but just for members to note, I see that she's wanting to bring certain people. Just move down a bit. Okay, she is actually proposing to bring in Professor Nomalanga Mkhize. I have to declare to the members that that's my daughter. She's actually, there's a whole group of academics and activists who are involved in the research on Khoisan matters, and that's a context I think that's coming into this matter. But I hadn't interacted with this issue, so members can just advise as we move along. I just need to declare that Professor Mkhize is actually a relative, my daughter. Move on. Then now on this one is one of those issues where you got disputes, requests sent to the minister. So we just need to follow it up with the minister to see what's happening. Then the next two, Bakhatlo Papo is a leadership dispute. Dlomo, I've dealt with this one. What happened here is that the court ruled that a particular Ngosi must be appointed, but the one who was in position before took the matter on appeal. And so there's now a to and fro fight between the one Ngosi and the department. And the department is saying that the court has dealt with the matter, and we're saying, are they interpreting the thing properly? So you will look at the details and see what's happening there. Then this one, just move down the Mbezi one. Again, what has happened here, Sharon? Okay. Now, this one, the Mbezi, again, is a dispute that the community has raised. I think this should be referred to the minister as well, and just check what has been done at this point. There was a proposal that they must be invited to present their case. We must just check whether there will be space for that and whether we need to do that or whether we send the matter through. It depends where the issues are. So I haven't looked at this one. This one, Mbotimuni, I'm familiar with this one. What seems to have happened here, the department seems to be accused of trying to impose someone else outside an existing leader. And so there's a dispute that's coming from there. They have written to the MEC. I haven't seen the response of the MEC. The next one, so what will be here, we'll wait to get the update from the people involved so that we know where do we get involved and what do we need to do. But I think the matter is with the MEC. Then contempt of court from Limpopo. I hadn't seen this one. I think members can have a look and guide. Move on.
You know, that is the last of
That's the last one.
Yeah.
Okay. There's another one that I'm not sure whether it's already included here. There's one on the Northern Cape that there was again this contest of leadership where they accused the premier of not addressing their concerns. I actually got a letter, I think it came from Honorable Mtolo. We must just check if that matter has got a response from the. Yeah, I think it's a different matter of those that we have here because it's the one that refers to a place called a group called Padima in Hamuruna. So I'll send that to you, Sharon, so you can just check if it's already included. I think that's the one that Honorable Mtolo had referred. So we will check to see what has happened there. And then now, honorable members, if there are other matters that you believe that we should have got them included, you will then guide us and pass them to Shirin so that we can see how to process them. By right, we should have, we had initially thought that we would be able to address these issues from the constituency in one of our meetings, but we have been so busy, it doesn't look like it's that possible. So you can again guide how do we deal with the whole rest of these issues. But most of them are being processed through investigation, referred to the minister, and so on. So we just need a bit of guidance so that we don't get a sense that the matters are no longer being given attention. It's just that we never have enough time to table everything that's being done. So that's what the whole thing was all about. And mostly for noting, and if members wish to comment, you can comment. Otherwise, let's have a look at the program going forward so that we can get a matter of guidance as to where we will be in the next few weeks, particularly taking into account that we're now going to be dragged out by the election campaigns. So members, open for comments. In the meantime, open up the program of the committee whilst the members are commenting.
Chair, can we also, maybe Sharon, can she share again the program of the committee?
She's doing so just now.
Thanks.
Right.
Sorry, Chairperson, we do not have the program for the committee going forward to the third term. This is our last meeting for this term. So we don't have any meetings for this term. And then we didn't schedule anything for the program going forward. We thought members would give us some guidance, because like members said, there's only 4 weeks in the program for the next week. I'm just sharing the parliamentary program just to show members that there's we have 7 weeks as the NA, and then the week for 4 to 7 August, that according to the program is a committee week. So which we can use either to maybe look at doing oversight, doing public hearings, calling in municipalities. So we must guide us on what we need to do in that committee week. The following week, so there will be plenary, so it will come down to the committee having meetings once a week, or we can make application to the House Chairperson if we feel there's more meetings that we must have in those 7 weeks. So we just wanted to let members know there's 7 weeks in the next term that we can utilize. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. Okay. On the issue of oversight, we have outstanding Northwest, we have outstanding Gauteng. So firstly, there must be a meeting where we get all the reports that are outstanding from the provinces, and we need to have a meeting where we deal with the municipalities identified from like the specific provinces. One that's remaining is the one from Northwest, where we should deal with a number of them. Then there were some from Gauteng. I think we've dealt with some through Scopa, so we need to just agree whether we want to do that. Then the members can indicate which other municipalities we need to bring back. Then there's outstanding eThekwini, there may be Ilembe there, and then there would have still been the others such as Majuba and so on. So we then need members to give us a quick list of which ones we should consider for a direct engagement. That's one group of issues. And then the next group of issues are public hearings on the bills. It needs to be also included as part of that. Then I think members can just give us now a quick sense of what you think needs to be included so that we can try and restructure our way forward. Honourable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's not really what to include. I just wanted some clarity. I'm sure that everyone is aware that term 3 and 4 up until the elections will now be virtual, which means that you won't have members down in Cape Town. So has that been sort of thought about when we want to apply for extra days, etc., having known that we are going to elections? If I could just get clarity on that, where this committee stands with that. Thank you.
There aren't any decisions on this matter. Shireen's suggestion on asking for extra days will be dependent on what the committee wants to do. So let's guide in terms of what we want done, and then the question of requesting for extra days arises only after where we think that we want to get those extra days. So my suggestion first is let's pile the issues up of what you think we need to be prioritizing, and thereafter we can then come back and say, okay, here we will have problem with time, so we need to apply. But at this moment, there's no decision on that. So can we agree that we still have to do Northwest, and which other province that members would like us to prioritize?
Northwest Chair. And
Yes.
if my memory serves me right, we have unfinished business with Nelson Mandela, but I'm still to be corrected because I have missed some meetings. And eThekwini. eThekwini was during the joint sitting with SCOPA, and there were serious critical issues that emanate from eThekwini, and we agreed that we need to go and do oversight at eThekwini so we can also visit those projects physically. The point there is driven by Honorable Van Zyl. I think that if we have listed all municipalities that we have unfinished business, either we visit them physically, of which the likelihood is that is not possible since we are dealing with elections, but we can still call them virtually, as she is pointing out that there's a decision that all meetings will take place through virtual. There is my submission, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Northwest municipalities. So you're going to table those. We did ask members to indicate which ones that need to be dealt with. I still recall we just mentioned Ratlou now, Ditsobotla, Matlosana City. I can't recall which others, but that's
Rustenburg.
Rustenburg. So we'll put which one? Makwasi, yeah, all right. So that's fine. Let's list those, and then we might add a few more. So that's one. We need that to be factored in the program. Outstanding issues on eThekwini. Then we need a meeting with the minister in relation to each one of these municipalities where we would like the minister to respond, in particular, based on the fact that we've gone overall on the engagements. Now, from the discussions we had with the AG now, the minister had actually said to us that they put up an interministerial committee that was going to address the issues of budget. So we need that meeting with the minister to take us through, and we must list for the minister which municipalities they must also account on in addition to their program of oversight that they put interministerial committee on. So if we need to set a date for that. So that's why it's important, Shireen, to list the particular municipalities and issues that we wanted the minister to investigate, so that we can then get the minister to go through those issues. The question of when we can have the provincial representation or being part of that, we can weigh as we go, because it would be good to actually, when we deal with some of the municipalities, the provinces must be present. We mustn't leave them behind because we went there together before. So that would be the one other group. Which other areas do members want us to focus on other than the legislation?
Did you mention all the municipality, or you're just commenting, Chair? Because I mentioned eThekwini, I mentioned Nelson Mandela, but you just commented on Northwest only.
At eThekwini, we have answers which are coming, which we must talk about. Nelson Mandela, we had the meetings. What we now need is a report from the national minister, what investigation they would have done, and report from the MEC, what investigations we asked for. So those two come in, but Nelson Mandela, we now have referred a lot of issues for investigation at the higher level. But at eThekwini, we still need to meet them. We didn't quite agree that we were going to go to eThekwini. It was that the chairperson of SCOPA was very enthusiastic about it. And I saw that the mayor and maybe the MM were almost like saying, well, they don't want to come to Cape Town again. We need to make a call. Do we want to go to eThekwini or not? And if you are saying, Honorable Mkalipi was suggesting we go to eThekwini, then let it be the decision of the committee. But it's not a decision already taken, and members here can decide how they want to deal with it. Just that personally, I don't believe that those meetings to discuss the outstanding issues, we can do it just virtually. We need to see each other when we do that. Whether we go into eThekwini or not, I'm not very strong there. I'm just saying it must be a physical meeting in person. So members can give me a guide. What do you think? Do you want to go to eThekwini? Do you want to call them to Cape Town? But I don't think a virtual meeting would be the good thing for the issues that we want to discuss.
Can I come back, Chair?
Yes, please.
No, maybe you didn't understand my point, Chair. The point that I was making was to say, let us identify all municipalities that you still want to deal with. And it might not be visible or possible to call all of them in one place. It might not also be possible for us to visit all of them. So
Sure.
we have to say that amongst, let's say, I'm just throwing any number. Let's say we need to meet 54 municipalities, but these are the ones that we're going to call them over virtual. These are the ones that we must meet them physically. eThekwini is being one of them. Remember, Chair, when you made a summary during the joint meeting with the SCOPA, people of eThekwini were watching, and your summary also goes a long way when you were summarizing about eThekwini, and people are still waiting. They are still even asking today, when is Dr. Mkhize coming to eThekwini? Because those things that you pointed out during that meeting, it was the really pointers that needs to be attended to in terms of eThekwini. So I strongly recommend that eThekwini must be visited physically. It might not be a joint meeting with SCOPA. It can be only our committee, because as a COGTA, we still have unfinished business with eThekwini after the meeting that we had with them. It's COGTA alone. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much. On that one, we agree. What I'm saying is that you need to motivate to these members here, whether it's visit to eThekwini or calling eThekwini. But that eThekwini unfinished business, it's a fact. The information is going to come to us just now. So we were going to set the date. When do we meet them? So that would need to be done. Nelson Mandela, I said we will call the minister to deal with the issue, because we asked for investigation on the particular issues, in particular the evergreen contracts. The other issues of the transformer is already with DPCI. The other issue of UFWE are with the MECs. So we still need to engage with those issues. So that's on the line. So the question now is, which other municipalities other than the Northwest list, which are going to add on, give us other municipalities that you believe we need to factor in. So can I ask the members to give you 48 hours to give us the names of the municipalities, wherever in the country where you believe we need to engage with them. Can I ask the members to do that? So that then what you'll do in the meantime, Shireen, look for specific days where we'll engage with municipalities, and then members might want to suggest a day or dates when we will want to go and do oversight visit. What do we prioritize? So I would say if we, within 48 hours, members can send us that, so that when we structure the program, we structure with your priorities in mind. Can we do that, honourable members? That sounds like
Yes,
a yes.
Chair. Yes.
Thank you.
Do that.
Yeah. Okay, what else do we need to consider on our program? So Shireen will share the program in about three days or so we can start looking at it. Any other comments?
Okay, Chair. No, we'll wait for Shireen. We'll submit our proposed issues, and then we'll wait for Shireen to give it to us.
Okay, Van Zyl?
Thank you, Chairperson. If we have to do the public hearings, I'm afraid that those 7 weeks will be used up very quickly with those public hearings. I remember from education a couple of years back, public hearings take a long time. Thank you.
That's fine. We'll try and factor everything here, but what would have helped is to know which areas, which municipalities you want to prioritize, so that as we look into the time that's available, we take all of that into account. So we'll do one program now. It might be difficult to change it after that. But you got 2 days. Give us the names, and then any other suggestions, bring that in, send to Shireen, and then let's try and structure a program. Then you will comment once the program draft has been put in place. All right, that's it then. Let's open up. What else is on the agenda, Shireen? Put up the agenda again.
Chairperson, that was the last on our agenda. It was the last issue.
Okay. Well, honorable members, I think let's then say you've got 2 days to make suggestions to Shireen. By the end of the week, we'll then have a proposed program which will cover. Just remember, we still have a meeting with the CRL, probably 2 meetings, one with the committee CRL, one with the religious leaders. Let's factor that in. But in our next meeting, we should be able to give you a sense as to how we're dealing with the CRL issue, and let's also ask for the legal opinion so that you can deal with the issue of the CRL. So that puts the matter aside. Then the issue of the public hearings, we've got 2 days to look at the various venues and dates and make suggestions so that we have a sense as to what can be done. And then we have got 2 days to look into a number of municipalities that we can visit, that we need to invite and engage. Then you can also give us a sense of that. Then Shireen will also look and identify a list of issues for which we need the minister to come and take us through those matters so that we can have to close the loop on the accountability side, because we've been to the municipalities and provinces. We now need to talk to the minister. So we need to then have a date for that. Then you will share the information on the constituency matters. Members can make suggestions as we move along. At least you know which issues have been tabled to the committee for attention. So we'll move on from there. So with all of that, sometime during the course of towards the end of the week, you will give us a draft program that takes us forward So when we meet next time, next week, we should have a discussion on the program and see whether we're all together in terms of which way we're going to move in the next several weeks. In the meantime, we will also write the letter to the minister inquiring about the coalition's bill, and then we see how to factor that one in as well. With that, honorable members, let me also say we will need a way of how to factor a program of engagement going forward, take into account this latest discussion with the Auditor-General. I think it would be good to factor that issue when we meet with the minister. These are the issues that we have identified that need to be given firm attention, but also the minister is going to brief us what they've done in relation to the various interministerial committee activities to deal with the Auditor General's report. So all of that will have to appear now on our program. Having said so, honourable members, I'm sorry we can't push the meeting beyond this point. I know many of you had booked to proceed after 2 o'clock. We're no longer able to proceed. We're going to have to bring the meeting to a closure at this point. If there are any other issues, please show your hand. If not, I'd like to adjourn the meeting at this point. All right, meeting is adjourned. Members,
Thanks, Chair.
have a
Thanks.
lovely day. Thank you very much. Cheers.